Here we go. Do it live. Only an hour and 5 minutes late. We're making moves. That's what the title says. We're making moves today. Got my caffeine. Got a little bit of peace and quiet for a split second. We'll see what we can do. It's been crazy. Been absolutely crazy. My life is crazy. But I'm not complaining. Just letting you know that sometimes the chaos is more than you can manage in a given day, and things go awry. And that's what happened today. But the good news is we're back on track, and we got things in the works. So right now we are doing the free-to-play challenge account. Son's having some technical difficulties. He will join us shortly. But yeah, I'll give an update here on the account in a little while. For right now, I'm just going to go ahead and grab my clan boss rewards from yesterday. Still hitting normal and hard. I can actually, pretty awful. I can get the first or second chest in brutal now. If I'm around to actually play the game, I can do decently here. I can get into brutal. So let's see. Yeah, I can get this second chest. I can get I'm getting about 6 million a key, 6.5 million a key. So I'm getting close to the master chest, which would be nice. And in fact, we might try that later today. The issue is in hard, I'm still a 2 key. This is 11.65 million that you need. And I'm at like 10.5. So I really need an extra million there to 1 key hard. And then I could put 3 keys into brutal. And I think with 3 keys, easily I can get the master chest, but I can improve the team a little bit. And we're on our way to doing that. So I want to get the keys set up right now. So I'm just going to do a quick, no, not hard mode. This is frustrating. I'm going to do a quick battle normal mode. You can see I've got Deacon to 6 stars. That's the big new thing that's happening. Got a 6-star Deacon. So 11.58 million here on normal, which is, climbing. And it'll get higher when I get Deacon all of its mastery. So let's grab our rewards, and then we'll go say hello to everybody in chat. Oh, we've got energy there. We don't want to grab that just yet. What do we have here? Lover's Path. I've still got almost 6,000 art points. The issue is I have missed on the fusion. It's not going to happen. So I don't know, what would be the best grab here. Should I just, get oils and stuff up here? Should I probably go get this epic tome? Probably try to get this epic tome. I need like 276 more points to get that. And if I could get this primal shard, that could be really cool. So I'd need 7,000 more points today, which I could potentially get. I'd love to get down to this book, but there's just no way. There's no way I get all the way down there. If I get any more points, I'll probably come over here and get the chaos powder. This more immortal soulstone could be nice. But I think realistically, I'm either going to I'm going to go key into chaos dust and just take it, or, chaos dust and powder, or chaos dust, powder, and primal shard maybe. Like, I don't even know if I'll come for this chaos powder. What is the difference? This is ascension bonus on artifacts, and this is accessory. Needing to go through the keys is annoying. Needing to come down here. I did grab this shard and pulled that. And anyway, okay, so that's the path. Artifact enhancement event just started. I don't need to do any of that, although I'll probably do a little bit, get some energy and some gems. All right, what can we do in the meantime? Maybe an arena battle? We're just hovering. We're just hovering on gold 1. We're usually in gold 1. Sometimes we drop back into silver 4. Like, you can see I just need to win 1 battle. But it's really hard to climb here. Really hard to climb here. I can win. I did like I got my 10 wins in a row and stuff like that, but I just don't have a defense that keeps people away, Like I probably get beat up too much. Okay, this is really bad targeting. Why? Why would you do that? Let's not do that. This one. I should manual those battles. Okay, so hello everybody. Hey, Alex, Kirk, Wally World, settle down. Suzanne Johansson, Denise Peregrina, Caveman. Good to see everybody. I'm not getting peace and quiet. There's no such thing as peace and quiet in my life. It's even crazier than you realize. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Short 209 points in the chase, no shards left, and I need the final 10 or miss the fusion. If you have gems to get energy, just grind campaign and hope you get some mystery shards and maybe a rare champion. I don't know how much time there is left on the champion chase, but I hope you get it. I wish you good luck. Settle Down says, love seeing you pull Deacon. Yeah, that was fun. That was the one good thing that actually happened. So we'll talk about that in a little bit. Denise got Pythion in an ancient shard pull. Fantastic. Congrats. He's a game changer. You're going to love that champion. Yeah, you're going to love that champion. I'll show you real quickly just a little bit about Pythion. So here's the thing about Pythion. He does something which only a very few champions actually do in the game. And like it's not that he does anything amazing. It's that he does a lot of really good things that you can't usually find in a single champion. So first of all, he has a full AoE cleanse on a 3-turn cooldown that places a block debuffs buff on all allies for 2 turns, again on the 3-turn cooldown. Plus, it's a heal. It's a heal of at least 10% of their max HP, plus an extra 5% of their max HP for each debuff removed from them. It's a small heal. But there are very few champions in the game. In fact, I don't know if I know any other champion that has a full AoE cleanse with a heal and a block debuffs. I don't know if anybody has those 3 things all together. Every time you click this skill, something good happens. Every single time this skill fires, you're like, oh, that's a good skill. Like there's never a reason to be like, I don't want to click this skill. It's just a fantastic, it's one of the best support skills in the entire game. And then, often cleansers are either like cleansers and healers, or maybe cleansers and revivers, but not cleansers, healers, and revivers. Like you don't get all 3 in the same package too often. Elva's another champion who has that package, who is all 3 things. But when you think about think about some of your other revivers, even good AoE revivers, like, and a lot of times they don't have cleanses, right? Like think of Mighty Yuko, right? Great AoE revive, but gives a block damage instead of a strength in here, but no cleanse, right? Arbiter AoE revive, no cleanse. Think about like even like Ursula, who's a epic void epic. Great AoE revive, no cleanse. Godseeker and Eerie, no cleanse, right? Rector Drath, no cleanse. If you talk about other legendaries, who are the legendary healers that like, let's see, or the legendary revivers rather. It's funny. This is the first time I realized that high elves don't really have legendary revivers. Is Arbiter the only legendary reviver in the faction? Am I missing somebody? She's the only legendary reviver. Okay. I didn't even know that about Bannerlord. Bannerlords, we have Raglan, who's a single target reviver. Right, and then we have Marishka, who is a cleanser and a reviver, but the revive is like, so she has the full package, but she has to die in order to get her revive off, right? Who are the revivers? I mean, we now have Maud. So Archbishop Pinther, does he have a... He doesn't have a revive, right? He's a healer. He's a healer, not a cleanser. He's a debuffer. Wow. You know, so we have Maud, right? Maud revives all dead allies. And a healer, but she doesn't have a cleanse. So revive and heal, no cleanse. You know, I mean, we have epic revivers in these factions, but not that many legendary revivers, and none of the epic revivers have all three, right? So barbarians. I mean, here you have a cleanse. Wow, where are all our legendary revivers? Still, I mean, that's all it is, right? So she's got heals and a single target revive. No cleanse. I've never really looked at this before. I've never really just gone, oh, hey, who are all the revivers? You know, like rather than doing it this way, let's go over to hellhades.com. And we'll just look at it there. All right, so let's just go over here and we'll go, it's an instant. Revive. Wow, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There are only 11 AoE revivers that are legendary. I didn't realize there were so few. I also didn't realize Kaya the Rye was a reviver. AoE reviver. So she removes 2 random debuffs from each ally. If Timid the Fool is on the team, it's a full cleanse. So she has a cleanse and a revive. And she has some heals on her A1. They're self-heals. Or she can heal Timid. She has a block debuffs on all allies here. If Timid the... Wait, no. If Timid the Fool... Okay. So the block debuffs. So she does have a kind of a cleanse and a block debuffs and a revive with a little bit of heal. But you can see it's not nearly the same, right? It's not nearly as good. Lydia's revive is a passive. Arbiter doesn't have a cleanse. Lydia doesn't have a cleanse. Duchess doesn't have a cleanse. She has a block debuffs buff and a revive. But she doesn't have a cleanse. Uko doesn't have a cleanse. Raka has a cleanse and a block debuffs and a revive. She has all of them. So she's actually fairly similar to Pythion. I think Pythion's better. She's the Void Legendary, and I think Pythion's better. So they have similar A1s. Attacks one enemy, heals the ally with the lowest HP by 10% of this champion's max HP. That's basically what Pythion's A1 does, except he has 2 attacks, and each heals by 5%. So it's basically the same, except he's a double attack. So slightly better for Pythion. Here we have removes all debuffs from all allies, then places increase attack buff and shield buff equal to this champion's max HP on all allies for 2 turns. So this is your AoE cleanse. Here on the revive, you get a block debuff buff on all allies for 2 turns. So she has less healing, She has less healing, but she does bring a shield. And so that's kind of the equivalent of healing to a certain extent, right? Like it's temporary health or fake health. Plus she has an increased attack. And then she does fill turn meter. So I think this is a very good champion. I've had her on my Noob versus Pro account for a long time, and I've been like, I don't know if she's that good. But the more I think about it, the more I'm like, yeah, that's a rare combination of skills. Okay, and then I don't know about Sulfurion or Bellatar because I have never had either of these champions. So let's look at them. HP burns, shield, AoE revive. So no cleanse and no block debuffs. And then Bellatar has a heal, a decent heal, 20% max HP of this champion's max HP with an increased attack and increased defense. So that's solid. So some heals there. Revives all dead allies and then places a shield equal to 20. Okay, so that's decent. This is annoying, huh? Critical juncture. Should be 100%. I don't know why it has a 50% chance of decreasing all of an ally's skills cooldowns by one turn, whatever that. Why would you do that? Right? It's like Godseeker Neri has a 100% chance. Just make it 100% chance.
Awesome.
Hey, there he is. He's back. So.
Oh, what a journey that was.
Yeah, was that fun?
We're there. We got it working, I think.
All right, so it looks like now Blind Seer does have a block debuffs, I think, but I don't think she has a cleanse. Yeah, she doesn't have a cleanse. All right, so if we're looking for a heal, like a decent amount of healing, a cleanse, a block debuffs, and a revive, all in one kit. All in one kit. There are two champions in the game who do it. Pythion and Rock of Iletide. That's it. Kaya comes close. Mariska comes close. You know, Duchess comes close. Seer comes close. Blind Seer comes close. But that's why he's so good. And when you talk about that, you know, when you talk about that A2, right? If you go back to Pythion. When you talk about this A2, I think it's literally, it may be the best all-around support skill in the game. Full cleanse with a heal and a block debuffs for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. That's why he's so freaking good. I mean, his revive is nice. His revive is it's nothing crazy. 4-turn cooldown, which is where it should be. AoE revive with a strengthen, right? 50% HP, 50% turn meter. It's a little bit stronger than like the OG AoE revives. A little bit because of the strengthen. That's it. 50% HP and 50% turn meter. That was the original like AoE legendary revive, right? And then the question was, what was the cooldown? Was it a 5-turn cooldown? Was it a 4-turn cooldown? You know, so this is a 4-turn cooldown. It's a nice revive. It's totally on par with where it should be, right? This is crazy good. So congrats. And here you can see the A1. It's a 2-hitter. Heals the ally with the lowest HP by 5% of this champion's max HP after each hit. So it could actually heal 2 different champions, or it could heal 1 champion twice. What's his passive? Allies receive 5% less damage from skills for each buff on them. Stacks up to 25%. That's really nice. That's really nice. Such a good champion. Such a good champion. I did a so do you remember when I did my my tier list that broke everybody's brains? Of course you do.
Yeah. Of course.
And I made Pythion an S tier champion. I'm like, this is the picture of an S tier champion. And I would say a good 20% of responders were like, he's God tier. What are you talking about? He's not S tier. And I'm like, I felt pretty good about putting him in S tier. I still kind of feel good about putting him in S tier, but now I can see what they're saying. You know, like he might just be too rare to be S tier. But I mean, I think what happens is they're sort of like overhype when we do stuff like that, we think, oh, this is a really good champion. He's God tier. It's like there has to be a difference. There has to be a difference between what the God tier is and what S tier is. And we have to draw a line somewhere. And I just don't know. Maybe he's just straddling that line, which everybody hates. Maybe he's an S plus. He's God tier minus. Get out of your boxes. All right. So that was fun.
It's comfortable. It's safe in my box.
Yeah, I know. Let's see if we can.
They can't get to me in my box.
Let's see if we can get you on your screen. I'll put you in a box.
Whoa!
There you are. You like your boxes? That's your box.
Threatening. Huh?
You like boxes. There you are. There's your very own box. You got a box.
Oh,
You got a box in a box. This
This
screen.
is the box.
This screen is my box. That screen is your box inside of my box. And then our boxes are on their screens, which are more boxes. So you're literally, and then not only that, but your little camera is it's a box on your screen. So you're in a box, your camera, that's on your screen. That's a box, which is in my box, which is in their box. You're in a lot of boxes, dude. You're like 4 boxes deep.
I'm in the 4th dimension of boxes right now.
Yeah. How comfortable are you? Is it really cozy down there?
I'm feeling absolutely fantastic. I am at peak satisfaction.
That's awesome. So many boxes. K-Man got Aislinn on Friday. Aislinn. I still haven't decided. Acklin. I don't know what to call this guy yet. I'm going to call him Aislinn for now. We'll see. Congratulations. That's great. That's a fantastic pull. Romario Palmer. Hey, I got Manaya for the Bannerlords faction wars, but on stage 19, so can't do the boss this week. I'm not sure what. Oh, you're talking about the faction crypts. You got Manaya for the Bannerlords faction wars, but you're on stage 19, so you can't do the boss this week. Why? You could do 19, 20, and 21. You could do it if you have the team to do it. You can do three stages. I'm not sure I understand exactly what's going on. Alex says 3 ancients from Clan Boss, all blue, then 3 from gems, because I can't miss, right? Nope, 15 straight rares. So I'll share what happened on this account. So if anybody thinks they had a bad shard pull weekend, I've heard one that's worse than mine. In the comments, there was one person who definitely had worse than mine. Pulled 57 shards and hit 2 epics, which I didn't even. I mean, that's crazy. Like we still have 2 times chance today. I thought it was over. I thought it was done. Okay. So yeah, if you look at the mercy system, right? Let's get you out of that box there, son. Right. So the mercy system on ancients, it's after 20 summons without an epic, you get 2% chance to pull an epic per shard. Right now, you're starting at 16, so you would need another 42 shards to guarantee yourself an epic, right? So it's 62. I think it's 62. It's either 61 or 62. I don't know. Shards before you get the epic guaranteed. So, but you would expect to pull 1 every 7 shards or so during a 2 times, right? It's actually more than that. So it's like you're getting 1.6 every 10 pull. That's what you should be getting. So out of 100, you should pull 16. So that's 1 every 6 and 2/3 shards. So 1 every 7 shards. So if you pull 57 shards and get only 2 epics, you've basically come in like almost 6 under expected. Like you should have pulled 7 and you got 2. That's pretty bad. Now, if we go and look at my account here for a second. All right. So when I pulled during my video, when you guys saw my shard pull video, I think I pulled Deacon, Kalia, Phoenix, Thanassel, and Sanguinia. And maybe Chancellor Yasmin. But one of those was from like a Prism shard, right? I think Chancellor Yasmin was from a Prism shard. So I pulled, I forget how many shards I pulled. It was like 63 shards or something like that. And I got 5 epics and 1 legendary. So, you know, the expected return there should have been 10. So I came up 5 epics short. Since then, I have pulled 30 more shards. I've pulled 30 more ancient shards. I hit on Mighty Ugo. Or not Mighty Ugo. Not Mighty Uko. I pulled Ugo. It was good. I pulled Lady Quillen. And I pulled Crypt Witch. Think. Maybe I already pulled Crypt Witch. Yeah, I think I only got 2. I think I already had Crypt Witch. But I think I pulled Ugo and Lady Quillen. So that gets me up to 7 epics out of 90 shards. Now, your expected return on 90 shards should be 14 epics. So I'm coming up 7 epics short. I think out of these, the ones that are likely to play on this account, because I've got 50 days left, right, are Ugo, Phoenix, and Deacon. And I think that's it. I think those are the playable champs. I think everybody else is going to be a faction guardian. I don't think I can do anything more than that. You know, I could investigate maybe Sanguinia, maybe Thanasil, and maybe Mist-Rider Dathi, and then I've got Firegun Isabel. Like, these are all usable champs. And Firegun may actually kind of top that list because Bommel's coming. Right? Bommel will be here in 2 days or 3 days. 2 days. Hour and 18. Or day and 18 hours. Sorry. Day and 18 hours. So Bommel's coming. And so Firegun Isabel can be kind of a solution for that. Yeah, but so it was I mean, I got 1 top tier epic out of 90 shards. I got a 5-star chicken out of 90 shards. I've already used my Drexthar to 5-star to 6-star my Deacon. And I didn't get enough points in the champion chase to get the shards. So the fusion's done. It was already a reach because I messed up earlier in the event. But I couldn't do it. Couldn't get it done. So don't have the fusion done. Put a lot I invested a lot in that. It's unfortunate. Came up short. My fault. It was my fault. I had all the preparation the right way. Like, if you had started where I had started, most of you would have been able to get the fusion, but I made a mistake. And then I tried to make up for the mistake, and I couldn't do it because I got such bad shard luck. Just bad shard luck. Now, the good news is I'm psyched about Deacon, right? Like, I'm really psyched about Deacon. So this guy is going to become a cornerstone. You can see I've already got him at 201 speed. I'm thinking about pulling like gear from Apothecary and getting Deacon to be my fastest champion, but I really want him in Perception gear. So I'm hoping to get some progress in the faction crypts over this week, start getting more materials. All right, let me bring Sun back here. Something's going on, Sun. I need a minute. Can you take over?
I can indeed.
Thank you.
How's it going, everybody? Another beautiful, beautiful day. How are y'all doing? I see we've got some great news in the chat. Ivan, I just got under Priest Rogni. Congratulations, my friend. A wonderful champion, the best of champions. A 10 out of 10 greatest of champions. True Sunstream. Hey, how's it going? How's it going? Deep squat, says Burso. But really though, under Brees Brogny, that was my first Lego, and I could not have been happier with him. Could have been any other one, but Brogny was he was the chosen.
I feel like this is
He
already
was the
getting out of
chosen
hand.
dwarf.
I feel like I walked away
This is not getting out of hand
for
for
a
nothing.
minute.
We're just talking about Brogny. Come
for a
on.
minute. I walk away, and I feel like there's plots hatching behind my back. Ugh.
Am I participating in the HH free to play? I am not. I am not. No, unfortunately, I just did not have the time. But Cole's doing it on behalf of both of us. Also, I think would have been a little bit strange if it was both of us. You know, it's like who's the
Yeah.
second guy?
Yeah, it'd be cool.
Have
Maybe
I
next
had a
year.
hair and beard cut? Nah, I don't think so.
He's just so stressed out from editing all my videos that his hair is starting to fall out.
Yeah.
His beard too. His beard's starting to fall out. Soon he'll look like me.
He
Soon it'll just be two of us on screen.
And puts me under the stairs.
What the hell, man? What the hell?
The lore keeps getting worse and worse.
All right. So, good evening, Super Lion Tech, Danger Lord, Hammerhawk, Sean Mallet, Phoenix, Jim Besson, Anthony, Great Dane is in the house. Sabik, everybody. We got Tulsi. Good to see you all. Freaky Gamer, Pavel Grabowski. Pavel, you got one of the names I just enjoy saying. Pavel Grabowski. Let's see. All right, where did we just? Crazy Faux Show. Faux Show. Ian Godwin's in the house. Stinky. Hey, Ivan. All right, we got quite the crowd today. Mike Johnson. Just an off-subject question: is there a champion that can solo farm multiple dungeons? Yes, there are multiple champions that can solo farm multiple dungeons. The easiest one, maybe not the easiest one. The easiest one to acquire is Venom Mage. Venom Mage can do Dragon and Ice Golem. I don't think she can do anything else. I think she can do Ice Golem. She might be able to do Scarab Boss. She might be able to do Scarab Boss solo as well if you put her in a Blood Shield ring. I don't think she can do anything else. But yeah, so that's a champion that can, solo farm multiple things. There are also other champions. Artak can solo several dungeons. And then there are other solo champions. I don't run a lot of solo champions yet. But there are, I don't know, maybe 24 solo champions in the game. From Bad Alcazar to, there are all sorts of champions. I'm kind of interested in seeing whether or not Archer can be a solo champion. I don't know that I need her to be, but be fun. Sean Mount, Boxception. Exactly. There's a lot of box. Settle down. I also got Aisling from the one free summon, but haven't tried to use him yet. I think he's just OP. He is going to be God tier. I think he's going to be God tier. You're going to want to have some Banner Lords backing him up, but there are a lot of good Banner Lords. Hi, John Hodgson. Good to see you.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just trying to get through all of the chat and then I'll actually start moving on this. Let me put, because he's actually doing something. You don't have to just stare at my screen. Let me just get through chat.
Yeah, I just recalled because I did it last night, but today was Sill Day. Got my Sill of the Drakes.
You did. Congrats. I'm like a week behind because I haven't logged into the new Versus Pro in several days. But yeah, that's exciting. That's really exciting. That's going to be great for your account. Honestly,
I think I'm going to build her in a little bit here.
Based on what you've already got, I think that's every level 25 dungeon. And you're going to start the hard mode dungeons like tomorrow. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to do every level 25 dungeon with what you've already got.
Yeah, I think the only one that I don't have level 25 on is probably Fire Knight.
Oh, you're already there.
Yeah,
okay.
I think I have 25 on everything.
She's good for a Fire Knight.
And I'm in hard mode for quite a few.
She's good for Fire Knight because she brings the A1 slow and turn meter decrease.
Yeah.
She's only a single hit, but usually you're going to get, your hits from elsewhere. Plus, she's really solid in the waves. She helps you handle the waves really easily and make sure that if anybody dies, you still have the full complement when you get to the boss.
Right.
So she's great for that. She's great for almost every Doom Tower boss. She's just great for wave content. She doesn't speed up any of your composition. She doesn't do that. She just go, like if you have an 80% composition and you swap Scylla in, it becomes a 99%, success rate. So it's like, that's what she does. And you can just like build her once and use her in the same build in all the content in the game. So I think it's going to be great for your account.
Yeah. Yeah. And I just built up the champions I'd need for a good Fire Knight team as well. I just got my Ruella and Zenogre, the 6-star, almost level 60.
Oh, then
I just need to build all these champions now.
I mean,
I booked all of them, did all that stuff. So
Zenogre and Ruella, that's a perfect pairing for Fire Knight. That's perfect because you've got triple hits. Both of them have triple hits on the A1, I think, right?
They have all the hits.
And then you have a weakened
decrease.
You have a weakened decreased defense, decreased speed, increased speed boost for your team. Turn meter fill, I think. Does Ruella have turn meter fill on her A3? Is that what that is? My Ruella, like I got her.
I'm not sure on that one.
To 6 stars and booked, and then I'm just not. Yeah, she fills a turn meter on her A3 plus crit rate, plus she has turn meter steal on her A1. I mean, she is literally the perfect Fire Knight champion. If I was really hoping to pull her on my HH challenge account. I was like, if I pull Ruella, she's beautiful for a lot of boss fights. Because one of the great things about her multi-hitters is they're not random. Right? So they all hit the same target. So you got turn meter decrease on the A1. You've got a weakened decreased defense and decreased speed on the A2. Each hit has a 70% chance of landing those debuffs, which means your chance of missing like a debuff is about 3%. So you're about 97% there. It's 30 and 30 and 30, right? So it's 30 times 30, which is 9, and then 30, which is 2.7. You got a 2.7% chance of missing a debuff. So, and then turn meter fill, and she's fast. I mean, her base speed is 112.
Mm-hmm.
She's super fast. She's the perfect Fire Knight champion. There are a couple of other perfect Fire Knight champions. I was also hoping for Neldor, the new guy from High Elves. Neldor is he's just a silly good Fire Knight champion. He's got another triple hitter on his A1 with 3 chances to freeze, quad hitter on his A2, and then an AoE double hitter on his A3 with a decreased speed. Yeah, and then here's the other thing. This is why he's so good for Fire Knight hard mode. Whenever anybody else lands a freeze, he's got a 30% chance to attack with his A1, which has 3 chances to freeze. So he's just like great for Fire Knight hard mode. So I was hoping for Ruella or Neldor, but instead I got Sanguinia and Hope or whatever. I mean, Sanguinia is not awful. She's not awful. She's got a triple hit A1, but like she's got a weird kit.
Yeah, I have her, right? I tried to use her a little bit. She didn't go far.
I feel like if you really wanted to make her work, you could. You know what I mean? Like if you really invested in her, you could make her work. She has a 30% chance on each hit on her A1 of decreasing the duration of 2 random buffs on the target by 1 turn. So if you build her with high accuracy, you can potentially remove buffs with her A1. She's got a block debuffs on all allies for 1 turn and a continuous heal on all allies for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown, which isn't awful. It's not a cleanse, but a block debuffs is always useful in a pinch. And then her A3 on a 4-turn cooldown, attacks one enemy, has a 100% chance of transferring all debuffs from this champion to the target, and removes all debuffs from all allies except this champion. So she sort of has an AoE cleanse there. I guess no, it's an AoE cleanse. So she does have an AoE cleanse. So,
I'm one fragment away.
Her stats are okay. 20k HP, 1178 defense, 105 speed. I mean, she seems okay. She's an attack-based support, though, which is always... And she has no attack. Like, okay, I mean, most supports are attack-based, I guess. She's tanky enough. She might be good. Maybe I'm undervaluing her. People have called her out as pretty good. I know that she helped me a little bit in the Noob versus Pro account. I've never built one past 50. And I could use a cleanser. I don't have a cleanser. That's what I was hoping to get from the fusion. That's why I wanted the fusion. I don't have a cleanser at all. Who's your cleanser? Brogny's got a mini cleanse, but do you have a...
What cleanser?
Do you have a cleanser?
No, I don't. I've used Spirit Host. Is that what her name is?
Yeah.
Used her in between for stuff as a cleanser. But yeah, I don't have a main 3-turn cooldown type cleanser. It's the one thing I'm still waiting on. Which is why this fusion would have been nice, but I didn't have the resources for it.
Yeah. Yeah, this fusion would have been so nice.
Oh, it's a campaign boss. Shoot.
This is telling me that Karam has some kind of buff. I don't see it.
Could like remove a buff on himself or something.
I don't see it anywhere. Removes debuff. It deals damage from all poison debuffs on the target instantly. Maybe it's calling that or removes debuffs. It is removing debuffs from the enemy by activating. Yeah, so I think the closest thing I have is Spirit Host. And then Melga on her A1 has a 50% chance of removing one random debuff from a random ally. So, and it works. It happens quite frequently. It happens, half the time she bops somebody and like one random debuff just disappears from my team. Sometimes it's useful, sometimes it doesn't matter at all. But it's like, that's not a cleanse. So maybe Sanguinia, I have to look at her because I need a cleanser.
Well, she removes all debuffs and puts them on herself, right? Isn't that what she does? So I guess that is a cleanse.
No, she has two different kind of mechanics. So the A2 is the one I remembered. I didn't even realize the A3, but the A2 no, the A3. Okay, so has a 100% chance of transferring all debuffs from this champion to the target and then removes all debuffs from all allies except this champion. So if she's transferring all of her debuffs, she's cleansing herself. And then if she's removing all debuffs from all allies, she's cleansing all allies. So it's a weird way of saying that she's cleansing all allies, right? She's cleansing the whole team, but she's dropping her debuffs on the target. So it's actually slightly better than a cleanse because you're turning around and dropping any debuffs you have. Now, obviously, you can't cleanse CCs off of yourself, but it could be a slow, it could be a poison, it could be an HP burn, it could be a weaken, it could be a drop defense, decrease attack. Like any of those would get transferred over. I imagine that takes accuracy. Whereas the cleansing part doesn't. So she probably would cleanse herself and then try to drop it on an enemy. And if it gets resisted or whatever, it should still cleanse from herself. So she has a block debuffs and a cleanse and a triple hit on her A1. Maybe I should not skip over her too quickly. Like, she may be valuable. She may be valuable. I do want to have to do Ice Golem, right? Ice Golem. And the Ice Golem tournament's live, I think, right? Okay.
I believe so.
Yeah. So let's go over there. Start firing up some Ice Golem. All right, so I've pushed up to stage 14. I don't think I want to farm 14, but the thing is, I need 5. Do I need 5-star artifacts? 5 or 6-star artifacts. So I want to farm as high as possible. Let's see if we can farm stage 14. All right, I'm going to go talk to chat a little bit. All right. I'm still trying to catch up. Easy Money Sniper pulled your first Geo today. Congratulations. That's a great champ. That will definitely help you out.
I'm sorry, he pulled a who?
Geo? He's a dwarf? Yeah.
Congratulations, Sniper. Want to make sure I heard that correctly.
Ian, finish the fusion today. You can save yourself 20 million by missing the artifact enhancement event. There you go. That's the way to do it. Hey, Steve. Good to see you. Glassy Studio. Pulled Jareg. Jareg is solid in the early game as an ally protector. You can definitely use him. Freaky Gamer, saw your reaction to the Deacon pull. You would have thought it was a legendary reaction. It was. As far as this account is concerned, that he's as good as a legendary. He's better. Right? He's better because a legendary is completely useless to me. Jareg in a 4-3 is great. Yeah, he's very good. Deacon is pseudo Lego. He would fit right into my clan boss. Yeah, he went in everything already. Alex says, I feel now you have Deacon, you'll explode in this challenge. It does feel to a certain extent like someone just came home. You know what I mean? Like Deacon has come home. He is now where he belongs. There is that kind of feeling for me. Having an account without Deacon doesn't feel good anymore. The funny thing is, on my main account, on my 2.5-year-old account, level 100 account, I didn't get my first Deacon for like a year and a half. It took me a year and a half to pull Deacon, and I didn't even know how good he was. I had no idea how good he was. I didn't like build him right away. I wasn't like, ooh, I finally got Deacon. I didn't know. I didn't really understand. And actually, maybe it was a little bit before that. Maybe it was like a year and 4 months or something. But it was around a year and a half. What happened was, after playing for like 4 or 5 months on my main account, I started an alt account, which became like my first real big alt account. On that account, I took Mordecai with the epic code. I think I took Mordecai. So Superpowers wasn't available yet. So I didn't have Deacon on that account either. So I didn't know how good he was. And eventually on some, challenge account that I started for myself, some alt account, what happened was Superpowers came out and I was like, oh, I'll try this guy. He seems really good. That was literally the first time I had Deacon. Was on like a brand new account. And I was like, oh man, this guy's awesome. And I like learned how good he was. And then I got him on my major alt account. And I was like, oh yeah, he's really good there too. And then I finally got him on my main account and I put him in. Eventually I was like, and I built him. I figured it out. And I was like, ever since I've been like, no, this is the guy. This is my favorite epic in the game. If you're going to start an account with a champion, he's the perfect support champion to start an account. It really is. Like, he's not the most OP epic in the game. There are other epics that do a better job at endgame. They're better specialists. But I think the thing that convinced me of how good he was how fast I got to gold 5 with that challenge account. Where when I took Deacon with superpowers on this account, I got to gold 5 in like 3 weeks. I was at gold 5 before I had Haikatoon. I was like, oh my gosh, he's so good. He's so good. He was crazy good. I got there super fast. So yeah, I think he's going to help me in arena quite a bit. Under Priest Brogny, we were just talking about that. All right, I'm going to skip some of the chat probably because I'm just lagging behind.
Yeah, you're like 15, 20 minutes behind right now at least.
Yeah. Colred wants you in the bald army. Yeah, Sun would look good bald, I think. Especially if you keep the beard, dude. You know, you get the beard, you shave the head, and then you get the real. That's the real Viking look. You know, the long hair is like pretty boy Viking look, but you want to look like a badass, you have to shave your head. We need Colred on Brutal Hydra. I don't know how long Hydra. When does Hydra reset? I can get there. I'll get there. I've got a decent brutal Hydra team. Last week I pulled down like 50 million or something. I mean, it's not awesome. I can do more, but it was okay. Archer is your solo minnow farmer now, Destania. That's a good idea. I should think about that. I don't really have a solo minnow farmer. I have a few champions I've tried. I've used Artak, and he does fine, but he's not in regen. I've used a couple of champions. I've used a few duos. You know, it's kind of weird because a lot of times when I'm in minnow, I'm using like other 6-star champions who are just getting their masteries. So I don't always need a solo, you know. Syl is Bay, Sean Mallet. Yes, she is. Syl versus Duchess. Well, I think Duchess is the better overall champ. I love Syl, but let's not get silly. No pun intended there. Lassie Studio says, my free-to-play account is doing Nightmare. I'm level 50. Good job. Oh, it's great. Fusion was easy, just felt Dungeon Divers is the huge problem overall. Yeah, it depends where your account is, you know, but I haven't had any issues on my main account on the in terms of the Fusion. It's been going well. Speaking of which, I need to get my main account working as well on my phone. Alex says, I have Reliquary Tinder, but mostly just use Duchess to block debuffs. Block debuffs is really good. Sometimes you need a cleanse, though. Angelica, hello. Good to see you. Premier Craft, hi. Ice Golem on auto is just painful with Rathalos. What is going on my account here? Oh, I just logged in on my phone and I'm on the wrong account. I literally just logged myself out. That's okay. I finished the run. Okay, I gotta switch over here.
Nice.
I didn't expect to be on that account. I'm almost never on that account. On my phone. Yeah, we're going to keep pushing Arbiter missions. I don't know how many points I'm going to end up with in this Hero's Path thing. Lover's Path, whatever it is. So I'm gonna have to check in on that because I can get the fragments. That's not a problem. But if I don't know how many points, I don't know what path I want to take to get the fragments because I want to try to get the 5-star soul, and I have a shot at it, but I don't know if I'm gonna get it or not. So you know when you're Lover's Path, it's called. Yeah. So I can definitely get this. I can definitely get these fragments on my main, not here. But the question is, can I get the 50,000 that I need for this? And if I can't, then it's like, oh, how do I go back and get the most value? Like I'll get the legendary tome, but do I want the immortal soul stone? Or do I want some of these souls that are up here? Like I don't own any of these champions except for Cupidus, and I already have a 2-star. I think I have a 2-star, maybe just a 1-star soul on him. So that would be a good one. But I could potentially collect these souls, hold on to them for later. I'd obviously want the primal shard if I could get it. So, right now I was going to go the cheap path and go down the right side here and then swap over and avoid the primal shard. But if I can't get the 5-star soul, I'll probably end up with like 20,000 extra points. So I'll go and get the primal and stuff like that. We'll have to see. I do have 7 void shards here still sitting. So hopefully next week will be a void shard event. I don't know. Right? It'll probably go back to sacreds and then it'll go voids. We went void, sacreds, ancients, which is literally backwards. We literally went backwards, right? It's supposed to be ancient, sacreds, voids. We went void, sacred, ancients. We literally went backwards. So now, have we completed a cycle and now we're going to start at ancients again? They're going to give us ancients next week, or next 2 weeks, 2 weeks from now? Or are we going to go to sacreds because that's the next one in the normal order? Or are we just now going in reverse? So it's voids next week. We literally have no idea. We have no idea. I was right about the ancient shards, by the way. I made that call and I was like, I think it's going to be ancients. I don't expect voids. And I shouted that out in one of my videos just to make sure that everybody, was thinking about it. And a lot of people were like, yeah, it's going to be ancient. So I think the consensus was that it was probably going to be ancients, and it turned out to be ancient. So that was good. How are we doing on this mission? We got two artifacts. So you didn't do the fusion this time around.
Correct.
And I know that was irritating to you.
Mm-hmm.
But taking the month off from the fusion, did it feel like you had more time to get your account in good order? Did you feel like, oh, there's a lot less pressure, it's an easy couple of weeks now? Or did you still do like a ton of the events and stuff to try to get value? Or how did the fusion month unfold for you, or the fusion weeks unfold for you?
To be honest, I kind of just put it a little bit more in the back pocket. Said, feels like I'm not gonna be able to do this fusion, so I'm just gonna kind of take a step back. I went for every event where I felt like I could get value without, breaking the bank or doing anything else. So like doing the 2x speed on the dragon and like running the highest level of dragon instead. So that way I could potentially get the highest gear.
Yeah.
Just put it on auto farm and let it go. Cole, I am looking at your Discord screen.
Oh. I was just messaging some people, but you're right. I've got to have you up.
Can't do that.
I'm just like, I can't do that. I'm not allowed to do that.
Yeah, it's just DM space.
I've got all these. So here's the thing. Life is crazy. And I'm always behind. And I'm more behind today than I'm normally behind. So I'm like, oh yeah, I should do some stuff while Sun is talking. I can go ahead and do some things. It's like, no, I can't. I'm not allowed to do that. I was like, let's ask Sun a question and he can entertain people for like 3 minutes while I answer some DMs. No, you can't do that.
No, you can maybe if you pop the stream out and have that as a separate entity, then you can switch around your Discord.
I could try that. The issue with
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
But now I'm pretty sure. Let's see.
There you go. That's still me full screen.
No, it's not. You're off the screen.
Now it's the Discord, yeah.
So let me see if I can. What I would have to do is probably add.
Make it a window capture in
Yeah,
OBS.
probably have to add a window capture. Let me see here. Let's
Anyways, while you figure that out and we stare at the Welcome to Cool Red Plays logo. Yeah, so I just kind of took my time and just really didn't do that much. I kind of just played it easy, played it real easy. I didn't even I didn't even build champions that I was like, oh, I'm excited, I could build them now. I just kind of let it go. But that was nice, taking a little break, other things to do and accomplish.
yeah.
Allowed me to work more on the little mercy bot that we did for the Discord and that kind of thing. So yeah, it was fun.
When you saw the schedule, you were pissed.
Yeah, I was a
You
little angry.
you saw the schedule and you were like, "F this game."
Yeah.
And one of the things about I think sort of the experience of you doing the new versus pro and being relatively new in the game is like we know that you're a grinder, you're a gamer, like you do all the tricks, you're part of the Discord community, you're talking to all these super experienced players, like you ask me questions, you watch every video, you have to, you edit every video, so like your learning progression has been very fast. So I think to some extent there's a feeling like I should be able to do this. You know what I mean? Like I should be able to do this. I'm good enough to do this. Like my account's good enough to do this. But the reality of the situation is there are some things that like just require time. Like you just got Scylla the Drakes today. You're only 6 months in. Now, it's weird in most games when you say you've been playing a game for 6 months, that usually means you've been invested for a pretty long time. In Raid, that means you're still solidly in the mid game. It's like unless you're a massive spender, you're still solidly in the mid game. And you're doing great for 6 months. You're doing way better than I've ever done it in 6 months. But simultaneously, you're like, I did the last fusion. I want to be able to do this fusion. And it's like, no. The way Raid works is you get to a point where you can do like every third fusion, or then you get to every other fusion. And then eventually you get to every fusion. But your count's not at that point yet. And the great thing about that is that you don't have to do every freaking fusion. Right? You can actually take a fusion off. You can be like, oh, I can't do this one. And it's like, I could just go and play the game and I can push Dragon, or I can work on Doom Tower, or I can find an Iron Twins composition or something. Like you're not required to spend 15 or 16 days playing 5 hours a day doing nothing but fusion events. I wish they would stop. Like we talked about this before. I wish they would stop this constant chaos. Like they have upped the schedule. They have ramped up the schedule and pushed everything to full speed. And I'm like, there's no downtime now. There's no resting. It's constant FOMO. It's constant stress. It's constant playtime. And the game is like, it's barely manageable. It's barely manageable. So yeah. I think, at this point, I've been doing every fusion that I can for the most part. I haven't taken a fusion off since Bamboos. And that was like, I took off one. So from Newt until now, I have skipped one fusion. And I'm starting to think that, like I was doing that because of content. I was like, hey, I'm a content creator. I need to do every fusion. And I'm starting to think that like, that's just not healthy. Like, it's just not healthy to do every fusion. They're not even that hard. Like on my main account, they're not that difficult. I can do every fusion. I'm not trading away anything significant. Like I can save the resources. I can do all of the fusions, and I can do all of the fusions relatively easily, like in terms of resource management, but it's so much time and focus in the game. It's like I play for 5 hours a day just to get the fusion done. Then when do I have time to like do anything else and make other content? So I was thinking I needed these champions for content. I think what they're actually doing is they're just making other content harder to do. So I'm actually kind of looking forward to taking a fusion off. So if next month's fusion isn't like an S tier champion, I may recommend people go for it, and I might not go for it. At least not on my main.
That's fair.
Yeah. And honestly, now that I haven't been playing the noob versus pro account, like that feels really good. Like getting away from that account. Like I miss it. I do miss it. And I miss the clan. That's what I really miss. I miss being in the clan, and I miss like, like I would have my Scylla the Drakes today if I'd been playing all the way through, It's like I do miss that kind of excitement. The HH Challenge account has been fun. It's not nearly as fun as Noob versus Pro was. That was way more fun for me. Like just going up against you and having that every day and talking about it. Like that was just so much fun. And this is fun. I'm enjoying myself, and I'm really enjoying like meeting the other guys on the team and talking to them. We've got a private chat that goes on which is just our team. I've also had more contact with some of the other content creators through the HH Discord community, because they've got a section set up just for the contestants to talk. And so we talk. I've talked to Saphira a couple of times about some things, and some of the other guys that I didn't even know. Odd One has reached out a couple of times, or not reached out. He's answered a couple of my questions, which is kind of cool. He's just like, hey, yeah, like I'll answer that for you. And so it's been cool to be part of the content creator community. So there's a lot of positive things coming out of this. But the account is not as much fun. Because I don't, it's not that I don't care about it. I do care about it. I want to put on a good performance, but simultaneously, like I think I was kind of getting to the point where I was like, oh, I can set down Noob versus Pro soon and be down to one account.
Just take a little bit of a chill
and
time.
Just play one account for. I literally have not played one account, just one account, in over 2 years. I've always had at least one or two alts going at all times for the last 2 years. And it's ramped up to the point where I'm like, if I could just play one account. First of all, there's all sorts of content we could do that I haven't touched. There's all sorts of endgame stuff that I could do that we really haven't touched. I've done like 5 champion spotlights on my YouTube channel. I have so many. I have like 100. I have 100 6-star champions on my main account. I have like something like that. I got 100 6-star champions on my account. Some of whom are not built yet because I just don't have the time to do them. So I'd love to do showcases. We were just talking about Ruella. I'd love to build her, get her into a team, see what she can do. I want to work on Fenshi. I just think he's a cool champion. I want to work on Aishima. I think she's a cool champion. There are a bunch of really good epics that I think would help people if I did guides on them. And I don't have the time to do it. And if I don't pull that champion on one of my alt accounts, I don't have time to do a video on it. So this challenge ends in the beginning of April, I think. It'll be like April 10th or April 8th or something. And it would be nice if I could put it down and not pick up a second account. But here's the thing about April. Son.
Yeah.
You know what's happening in April?
Is that thing happening?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So
yeah. I'm
goodbye to April.
I'm having a baby. My wife and I are having a baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're having a baby in April. So probably in April. Due in April.
Papa Colred.
Yeah, Papa Colred. So going to be, it's going to be crazy. So if you were already thinking that life was nuts for Colred, yeah, my wife is in her 3rd trimester. She's been pregnant this entire time. The entire time the YouTube channel's been going on. The whole time. If you're like, why isn't his streaming schedule? Like sometimes he misses his streaming schedule. The whole time I've had a YouTube channel. Basically, my wife has been pregnant outside of the first 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Right. So the first couple of weeks before we really got started. So I have been trying to, with Son, make this YouTube channel like our main gig. It's been the thing we put all our time into. Still try to make, my career work so I can pay bills. Try to get ready for a baby. So right now we're kind of, it's not a nursery. So the room that I'm in right now, which you can't see, but the room that I'm in where I'm sitting at my desk, this is our living room / my office. It's our utility room. And it's the biggest room. So what we're going to do is our bedroom, which is the smallest room, which is all the way on the other end of the house. That's the smallest bedroom. We're going to move that in here so that we have space for the baby. And then I'm going to move into that room. I'm going to move my office into that room. And we're basically not going to really have a living room anymore. We're just going to have a big bedroom and a little office, and the office will kind of double as a living room. We don't really use the living room as a living room. We rarely do. We watch movies in here. That's about it. But yeah, you know, since COVID, we don't really entertain all that often, and when we do, we, you know, typically are in the kitchen or the dining room. So yeah, we're having a baby. We're moving the house around. That's what I was doing this morning, and that's why the stream started. And we're having a baby boy. Yeah, pretty exciting. We just had
baby boy.
Yeah, we just had our first birthing class yesterday, which was chaos. Absolute chaos. It was fun though. But it's like, you know,
and
you get
another reveal. His name is going to be Son.
No. He's actually going to be my son. He's going to be my son. I might have to start calling you something else, right?
You're going to call him Son, and I'm going to be like,
you're going to be confused.
Think of me.
It's going to be confusing. So yeah. So baby Red is coming. Baby Red. Well, we'll have to give him a name. We'll have to give him a gamer tag right away. He's going to have to come out with his own gamer tag.
Yeah.
So we'll be thinking about that.
And he could say he was born with a gamer tag.
Yeah. He had a gamer tag before he was born. He was a gamer before he was born. That's right. That's exactly what's happening. So, yeah. Let me go back to chat here. Lumax says, after this fusion, I'm taking a break. No more. Good for you. Ian Godwin, I've done 4 fusions in a row, account level 80, 240 days, thanks to my referral accounts. Want this fusion to be bad as I need to recover resources. Yeah, same thing. Skipping a couple, Alex says, just hard being 6 months in. Yep. Hoping next month fusion is a rated anniversary. Skip this one to save for it. So some people go the other way. If it's a god tier champion, I'm doing it, obviously. Jay says, I have skipped all fusions after Helicath. Well, that was a good one to not skip. G-Car, my fusions were Emic, Newt, and this one. That's a good trio.
Yeah.
Fusions feel like a job that I don't get paid doing. Yeah, I mean, it gives you purpose and focus on your account. It does. Sometimes when you don't have when you skip a couple of fusions in a row, you're like, what the heck am I doing with my account? I don't, you know. But I think for me, the healthiest like number of fusions would probably be somewhere around 6 or 7 a year. I would do every other one and maybe a bonus one because they're 13 a year, right? So I'd probably say 6 or 7 a year would be really good. I would love to skip every other one. That would be perfect. I did that for like 8 months. I did like 4 fusions in 8 months and I skipped everyone on my main account. It felt great. Hammerhawk says, when can we expect the showcase on Geo co-run? My son is likely to be born before that happens. So congrats, Colred, on the new member for the family. Thank you. Lots of congratulations there. Yeah, I'm going to do a little video announcement. I didn't really expect to say it today. We've been thinking about announcing it. So here's the thing, you know, like the YouTube channel is not about my family. It's not about my life. You know, it's about Raid, the game. But I think people are curious. They want to know what we're about. They want to know, you know, other things. It's just not a focus. So, yeah. You know, we let them know some things. But the other reason that I wanted to announce it, because it will be changing my schedule. So, you know, come baby time.
I don't know what you mean, Cole. You're going to be awake so much now. You're going to have all the time in the world.
The funny thing is, I don't know where the hours are. I've been averaging maybe 5 to 5.5 hours sleep for the last 9 months. Like, where the hell are the hours going to come? I don't know. I can't sleep less. I more commonly get 4 hours of sleep a night than I do 8 hours. I get 8 hours once a month. you know? It just never happens. So now I'm going to have a baby, and it's going to be like, even when I do get a chance to sleep, you know, not going to be able to sleep. I hope he's a good sleeper. I hope he's a good sleeper. All right. Jay says, I believe in 40s is the best time to have a child. I'm going to be old, Dad. That was a thought. I wanted to do it before I turned 50. You know, that was sort of the goal. I don't think, like, I don't know if we'll have a second kid. I don't know. We haven't decided yet. And maybe, you know, if we decide to have a second kid, I'll be 51 or 52. And it's like, okay, that's fine. But I wanted to get started before I was 50. You know, I'm going to be the 70-year-old at college graduation. So it's like, is that your grandfather? No, that's my dad. It's like, that's going to be me, which is totally fine. I think old dad is kind of cool, right? Because he's way more chill, right? He's not as likely to like play on your, you know, pick up basketball, you know, game, but he knows things and he doesn't get freaked out. Tulsi, what's your wife's age if it's okay to share? It's not really. I understand the question because I'm clearly old dad. She's not old mom. There is an age gap. It's not unreal or anything. You know what I mean? She's not like 25. It's not that. So she's in her 30s. Raise him to be an editor. That's a good idea. You hope I give him a better room than Son has. That's easy money, Sniper.
I was waiting for you to catch up to that one.
You know what's going to happen is we're going to have to move in with Son. He's got more space than we do.
True. You guys are welcome.
Yeah, that'd be funny. Uncle Son, raising Son. All right. Well, Son is the dwarf king, so little Cole should be Newt. We'll call him Little Newt. Newt Red. Women 30 up to 40 running out of time to have fertility. Yeah, but that's changing all the time, you know? I mean, there are always biological limitations, and everybody's a little bit different. You know, I have friends. I have a very good friend, an old family friend, who had her first baby at 40. You know, and no issues, you know, no, didn't need any interventions or anything. I mean, our longevity is increasing. Our general health is increasing. You know, our medical science is increasing. There are women who are having babies into their 50s, not that uncommonly. You know, so I mean, you do also kind of run out of time in terms of just your life state. Do you want to be raising a toddler when you're 55? You know, is that something that you want to do? Not everybody wants to do it. I'm pretty excited about it, you know, but so it's not always just like a biological factor. It can also be just kind of the life factor, you know. Did pretty well there. Picked up 7, I think. All right, so a few more. But yeah, she's a bit younger than I am. Wasn't like a thing. Wasn't a huge thing. Has never been. The age issue between us we don't notice it. You know, like we feel perfectly comfortable. Every once in a while, there's a reference I'll make, like a cultural reference I'll make that she won't get because she's too young to get it. I was singing Chilly Willy the Penguin yesterday because somebody said Chili and I thought Chilly Willy the Penguin. So if you know who Chilly Willy the Penguin is, then you know there's a certain age limit to that, and she had no idea what I was talking about. And that doesn't happen that often, but it did happen yesterday. That was kind of funny. Son, do you know who Chilly Willy the Penguin is?
I have no idea.
So Son and my wife are more of a generation, you know, although she's a few years older than you are. But yeah, Chilly Willy the Penguin is fun. It was a part of my childhood, a special part of my childhood that I enjoyed. Gamer tag, true son. That's what Dark the Enigma says. Gamer tag, true son. We got the sunshine and the true sun. Yeah, at the same time, waiting to establish your life before creating. I mean, I think that for me, I always wanted kids. And I always wanted to get married, but I didn't want to get married if I didn't think it was going to be right. It had to be a particular kind of partnership. And I met a lot of wonderful women over the years, but none of them, and matched with me the way I felt I needed to be matched in order to get married. And different people have different expectations about it, and I'm not judging anybody else's marriage or relationship or anything like that. For me, it was, it had to unfold a certain way. And so when I hit 40, I was like, haven't met her yet. It might not happen. And I started to get prepared for like permanent bachelorhood, never being a father, and just never getting married. And mentally, I kind of was like, okay, I accepted the fact that I wasn't going to be a dad, and that I might not get married. And that's fine. Like, you can still have a really fulfilling life as a single person. You don't have to get married or have kids to have a fulfilling life. And I knew that. It was still something I wanted to do, but I had flipped the switch on it. I was like, if it doesn't happen, that doesn't happen. That's fine. And honestly, like, that had always been my mentality. That's why I had opportunities, but I decided not to, pursue those opportunities because they didn't feel right. So, and then I met my wife right before my 43rd birthday. So we started dating just before my 43rd birthday. I was 42. And now I'll be 49 when my son is born. So we didn't rush. We took our time. We established our relationship. We got married. We did all the things. We did all the steps. And we wanted to have kids. My wife definitely wanted to have kids. So it was like, for like 2 or 3 years, I was like, oh, I flipped the switch. I was like, maybe I won't have kids. And then, as soon as we got serious, so just a couple of months after we started dating, she was like, by the way, I definitely want to have kids. Like, if we're going to keep going with this, you got to know that I want kids. And I was like, okay. So I had to like flip that switch back. So I turned it off and then I had to turn it back on, and here we are, 6 years later. So baby changes everyone's schedule. Yeah, I believe. Connor Godwin. Evening, Cole. Congrats. But his name tag should be Mini Cole. Also, this was my second fusion, and I managed to pull Geo. Well, congrats. So, Mini Cole. I don't know. I don't know that his name should be attached to mine in any way, shape, or form. I don't know. We'll have to see. It's weird too, because Cole Red wasn't meant to be like a thing with the word red attached to it. That's not how it evolved. It was a J.R.R. Tolkien thing. It's like Athelred. It's like there's just it's a name. It's like a suffix to a name. But sometimes people use it as like, like it's like cold red, or like coal, like a hot coal, like, in the fireplace, like a coal fireplace, coal red, or something. It's none of those things. It's literally just the name Cole attached to the suffix red. And, so, but maybe it's like a last name. I don't know. Maybe Baby Red, something like that. I'm a teachers, and teachers teach, and it gets worse when a baby is born. Yeah. My wife and I are both teachers. She's not professionally a teacher now, but she is a natural teacher, and she's an educator by experience. I think that a good name for a baby is Geo, because it is so desired and long awaited. Yeah, I'll name my baby Geomancer. Anything Mancer, I think, is a great name, right? Like, we should just name him like Money Mancer, Lady Mancer. No, I don't want to put any of those expectations on him. Actually, he could be whoever he wants to be. So, but it could be Bookmancer, Bibliomancer. That's what we'll call him. I do have the expectation that he'll love to read because both his mother and I love to read. Lumac says, I'm an old mom who started late in early 40s, tired all the time. Well, Lumac, congrats. I'm glad to hear that there are moms, old moms too. I think old dads are slightly more common, but old moms are great. You are tired all the time, I'm sure, but simultaneously, you probably get more done. Like, you probably get more done with the same amount of energy than you did when you were in your 20s, right? So if you were a mom at 28 or something, you would have had more energy, but you would have been more chaotic. Cole can sleep under the stairs then. No. no. We're opening up the big bedroom. That's what we're doing. We're turning the big room into the bedroom. So it is very bright in here, though. So we're going to have to do something about that because I need it dark. I need it dark to sleep. What was that, son?
I was just agreeing.
That I should sleep under the... I could name him after you. We could do that. We should name him after somebody. Maybe we'll just name him Mini Troll. We'll do.
Nothing would make me happier than if you named
the Troll
your
Doctor.
Own son Troll.
The Troll Doctor. We'll call him that. That'll be his gamer tag. He'll be like, no, it'll be the anti-troll. That's what we'll do. We'll call him the anti-troll. He's that's what he is. There's this whole thing about, I don't want to get super religious or anything, but the Antichrist. The Antichrist is going to come and
troll that kid. He can't do anything.
The anti-troll.
About it.
Sure he can. He's completely innocent. He's a blank slate. He's not going to be corrupted by your troll ways.
Oh, come on.
You've got no chance, man.
He's going to be on one shoulder given the opportunity to troll, or on the other shoulder denied the opportunity to troll, and he will join the dark side.
He will not troll.
He will join the dark side.
Think about his mother for a moment. She is like the anti-troll. My wife is like the most sincere, genuine, straightforward person you've ever met in your life. She doesn't have a deceitful bone in her body. She's not capable of trolling. It would literally cause her to be physically ill to try. So there's no way. There's no way our kid's going to turn out to be a troll.
Yeah, that just leaves him open. That's the vulnerability.
No, he's gonna start talking. So. He's gonna start talking, and like 2 months in, he's gonna be like, "Uncle Chris is crazy."
Yeah.
Like, yep, that's right. That's right. Cole can sleep under the stairs.
Am I gonna be called an uncle?
I don't know.
Did you use my government name, by the way? Jesus.
Sorry about that.
I don't care.
He's not going to say Uncle Son, because that would make no sense to him.
Come on. Be confused.
Uncle Son. Uncle Son.
Uncle
Son. You're maybe, isn't that like a Japanese thing, like Uncle Son?
Uncle Son. Yeah.
You'd be like Uncle Son.
Now I'm kind of digging it. Uncle Son.
Hey, Kate of the Dead is here. Good to see you, Kate. Timothy Sola says, after Elatrion and Encorasol, I never want to do champion training again. Yeah, right? What the hell? Tulsi, today I did my gear cleanse after waiting for so long every Tuesday thinking that I might win takeover, but not bound to happen. It's good that you do your own gear cleanses, Tulsi. It is good. Like, waiting for me to do it for you is that's just a recipe for disaster. I mean, if you watched any of my gear cleanses, I don't actually cleanse that much gear. I clear like 50 to 100 pieces max. That's how much I clear out. People are like, I've got 1,499 pieces. I need you to clear out my gear. Can you do a gear cleanse? I'm like, yeah, sure. And then I leave them with 1,430. It's like, all I'm doing is talking about the theory behind gear cleansing and then kind of removing a few pieces. So, it's better off to watch one of those and then do your own, because you'll clear out like 200 or 300 pieces where I'm only going to clear out, 50. Oops. Let's see what else we got going on. 43, a power number. Call him Cyrus. Colemancer. I like that. Colred is a meaning. Yeah, try to convince the wife of that name, right? Colemancer. It's like, hey, sweetie, can we name him something Mancer? It's like, what?
Hey, just anything Mancer.
Anything Mancer. I don't care what the first half is. It could be like, we'll name him after your great grandfather. We'll call him Joseph Mancer. You know, like, no. If you name your baby Geomancer, your wife has a right to beat you silly. So here's the thing, Denise. There's going to be a moment. There's going to be a moment after the baby is born where my wife will be sitting quietly, hopefully nursing the baby, resting, and they'll come to me and they'll be like, you need to fill out the form for his name and his birth certificate. And I'm going to have the power to put down anything I want. It'll be a moment of great,
brother.
it'll be a moment of great temptation. It's like, how badly do I want his name to be Colemancer?
No, how badly do you want his name to be Luke Skywalker Geomancer the Fourth? You could do anything.
And
Anything.
how
You
badly
have the power.
And how badly do I want to stay married to my wife? So those are the questions. It's like I could choose any.
You want your one and only son to be
name
Luke
I want.
Skywalker Geomancer the Fourth. Come on. Can you imagine?
There would be no Geomancer. No, I don't care about Geomancer. I know it's a funny thing for you guys. I actually don't care. I don't need the champion. I don't particularly find the champion all that exciting. He's a good champion.
So
He's a good champion. I've lived without a Geomancer for 2.5 years, and I've done just fine. It took me a year and a half to realize how good Deacon was. Do you know what I mean? Like, you can find solutions. You can find joy. You can find joy without those champions. So, like, I would be much more likely to name him Deacon or Cardiel, you know, or something like that than Geomancer. Like, Mancer is kind of cool. I like Mancer, but like, whatever. But the reality is,
growing on him.
The reality is, like, we've got a name sort of picked out. We're gonna meet him first and see if the name fits. But you know, we've got a couple of options, and Mancer isn't one of them, unfortunately.
Come on.
Yeah, that's not on the list.
Step that game up.
Step that game up? What are you talking about? What game are you talking about?
Gotta step that naming game up. Rogny, Mancer, Geo Third, Ospelot, the Fourth. You just make noises.
I'm not naming my kid after some random noises. He's got to be the fourth.
He's not the first nor the second of his name. He's the fourth.
He's going to be the first of his name. We'll see.
Because the fourth is always with him, you know?
The truth of the matter is, call him Duchess. Call him Duchess. That would be. If I had a daughter, I might have called her Duchess. Like, that wouldn't have been her name, but I just would have called her Duchess. I should start calling my wife
That's
Duchess.
kind of cool, that. Yeah, it's kind of gangster.
Yeah. Sometimes I call her the Countess or the Contessa. Actually, I like doing that. She's not like imperious or anything. It's just funny. I tease her sometimes.
My wife.
The funny thing is, she doesn't do that. She's not a troll. You know, she doesn't tease. She just says super sweet things to me all the time. Yeah. And then I call her the Contessa, and she's like, why? Why are you doing this? I'm like, I tease you because I love you. She's like, okay. She's just my long-suffering wife. As it should be.
Yeah.
Oh, just barely eked out that win against that Newt, huh? Oof. My wife is fantastic. She's my favorite person in the whole world. She does so much for us. She's absolutely great. She's totally behind. She's not even a gamer, and she's totally behind me starting a YouTube channel about gaming, spending 14 hours a day playing video games. She's like, it's your passion. You should do what you love. That's pretty awesome.
She is pretty awesome.
Yeah. So yeah, I likely won't name the baby Luke Skywalker Geomancer the Fourth.
Come on.
I probably won't. There'll be a moment though when I'm about to sign that birth certificate where the thought will pop into my head, and I'll think Luke Skywalker, not Geomancer, but like something else, like Deacon Skywalker.
Now we're talking.
Deacon Skywalker Colred the Fourth. Oh, why did you do this to me, man? When my son is born, I just want to enjoy the moment, and instead I'm going to be thinking about your crazy butt. Just feel like, why? Why is he here? How did he get into this?
Problem. It sounds like the best part of it all to me.
All right. You could call your son Deacon Strongarm.
Nice.
Is my wife a Capricorn? I don't know what my wife is. I don't pay attention to that. Fun uncle. You mean our Lord and Master, the Druid King's son? You're all. You're a bunch of sycophants. Right. Hey guys, how do you decide between War Master and Giant Slayer? Okay, an actual raid question. This is actually relatively simple. There's a simple rule, and then it get. Oh, sorry about that. It gets more complicated if you want it to, but you don't have to. It can be very simple. So, go in here, go to Masteries. All right, so if you look at War Master, let's look at War Master. Has one 60% chance of inflicting bonus damage when attacking. Bonus damage is equal to 10% of the target champion's max HP or 4% of the target's max HP when attacking bosses. So generally, if you're attacking bosses, you're not going to take War Master for PvP. Bonus damage can only occur once per skill and does not count as an extra hit. Okay, so you only get this one time. All right. So 60% chance to hit, 40% chance to miss, 4% damage. Target's max HP. Right now, if you look at Giant Slayer, has a 30% chance of inflicting bonus damage when attacking. Bonus damage is equal to 3% of the boss's max HP. Bonus damage can occur on each hit of a skill, but does not count as an extra hit. So, if you think about your failure rate, right? Your failure rate here is 70%. So if you have a double hitter, your failure rate is 49%. If you have a triple hitter, your failure rate is basically 35%, right? And the damage is a little bit less. But because you can get multiple hits, you do have an opportunity to land on a triple hitter this up to 3 times. It would be, 30 times 30 times 30. So 3% of the time, basically, you're going to get 3 hits. And, let's see. Something like 18% of the time you get 2 hits. No, it's more. I forget. I'd have to do all the math again. So anyway, the simple version of this is if you are doing more than 2 hits per turn, like if you're averaging more than 2 hits per turn, you go with Giant Slayer. It has to be more than 2. 2 isn't enough. Okay, so if you're just doing 2 hits every time, you probably still want War Master. But if you're doing more than 2 hits on average, so the way you want to figure that out is you want to figure that out based on the skill usage that you're likely to have against the boss. So if I look at Athel, right, what I would say is her A1 is a triple hit. Her A2 is a single hit. So you might say, well, a triple hit and a single hit average out to 2 hits per turn, right? But it doesn't actually quite work that way. It depends if you're using the extra turn to get into this. So you would use the A2, right? And then 3 turns later, you're going to get it again. So you could do 1 of these and then 2 of these. And then on the 3rd turn, you could do this. So you would get, in one cycle, you would get 1 and then you get 3 and then 3. You'd end up with 7. 7 divided by 3 is more than 2, right? It's 2.333. So if you're doing that, right, then you want Giant Slayer. Now, if you use the extra turn, depending on when you use the extra turn, that still happens that way, or you can get it where it happens the other way, and you actually use this, and then you use this, then you use the extra turn, and then you get this again, so it's only a 2-turn cooldown, technically. In which case, you would want to use War Master. So again, like I said, it can get complicated. Now, on a champion like Apothecary, the A2 is not an attack. The A3 is not an attack. The A1 is the only attack, and only attacks matter. And this is a 3-hitter. Sorry, you can't see the text right now, but it's a triple hitter. So Apothecary should only, if you're going to build him for clan boss, I was building him for arena. Why am I looking at this? But if you're building him for clan boss, he should always be in Giant Slayer because he's always got 3 hits. He never hits less than 3 times, right? It doesn't matter how often you hit. It matters out of all of the attacks that you do, what's the average number of attacks. So Apothecary should be in Giant Slayer. Athel can be either one. And most champions are not like that. But she could be Giant Slayer, which I've run this time, or she can be War Master. And it's going to be really similar. It just depends how you run her, how you like to run her. If you have a champion like Melga, if you're running her for, clan boss, which I'm not really, I am right now, but I'm not building her for clan boss. She would absolutely be War Master because it's just a single hit. That's all she has. If you were building Rathalos, right? Single hit, single hit, single hit. Doesn't matter if it's an AoE or not. It's just how many hits you get, how many actual, hits in the attack. So he's absolutely absolutely War Master, right? Single hit. So you can see I've actually built him War Master. So yeah, basically, the idea is if you can get to like 2.1 attacks, I think the break point is somewhere around like 2.3 or 2.4. I did the math a really long time ago, like 2 years ago. And I think it's just shy of 2.5. But I'm not 100% sure because I haven't done the math in a really long time and my memory's kind of spotty. I've had COVID twice. The basic rule of thumb is if you average more than 2 attacks on your hits or more than 2 hits on your attacks, you go Giant Slayer. If you average 2 or fewer, you go War Master. And there is math to support that, but it's just easier to not do the math. Tulsi says, I have watched almost all your content and live stream. I threw out about 500 pieces. Well, that's good. That's good. And about 200 jewelries. That's excellent. Giant Slayer is good for bosses. Yes. Giant Slayer is good for bosses. War Master is good for bosses. They're both good for bosses. If you're talking about wave clears, again, it depends on multi-hits. A lot of AoEs are not multi-hitters. Like, it's very rare to get a triple hit AoE. Usually it's a single hit. Sometimes it's a double. So if you're doing AoEs, then, Giant Slayer is slightly better. Except if you're really going for AoE wave clear, you don't care about Giant Slayer or War Master. So if you are actually, let's say you're running an AoE champion like Bellhound. Let's say this is your campaign farmer, right? So his A1 is an AoE. That's what you want to use. That's what you're using to clear the waves. You just want him to go A1, A1, A1. That's basically what you want him to do. So in this case, you don't want Giant Slayer or War Master. In that case, if you are trying to do wave clear, you probably want either Helm Smasher, which has a 50% chance of ignoring 25% of the target's defense. This is actually typically more for like PvE. It's not awesome for PvP in all places. At least not in something like where you want super consistency. right? So this will give you the most damage. This will give you the hardest hits in the entire game will come out of this for most champions. But it's only a 50% chance that you're ignoring the defense. So some of the times you'll hit, sometimes you won't. The other option is to go flawless execution. Now, flawless execution gives you 20% additional crit damage, which is not nearly as much damage, but it will be on every single hit if you've got a 100% crit rate, right? So it's just super consistent, and it's a way to boost your numbers. And when you're talking about like campaign farming, you just need to hit your numbers, and if you cross them by that much, all you need to do is get like, one stat higher than what you need. I mean, you want enough that the 10% damage variability doesn't screw you, because every hit it can hit 10% harder or 10% weaker than its stat, and that's just a random thing. So we're not talking about weak hits or strong hits or anything like that. We're just saying there is variability from a normal hit. A normal hit has a range of plus or minus 10%. So you want to get past the point where if you have the negative 10%, you still got enough damage. You know what I mean? And so this extra 20% crit damage is just one way to like get over the line. And I run flawless execution on several champions, not a ton of champions, but the nice thing about the offense tree is that all 4 capstone masteries are actually distinct and usable in different places on different champions. That's not really as true in the other 2 trees. Like, it's very rare, for instance, that, you would, so like Eagle Eye is by far the most common mastery in the support tree because accuracy is hard to get, and 50 accuracy is a lot of accuracy. And when you need it, you need it. You could go for the 3000 HP, but it's like, that's much rarer that you need. Like, that 3000 HP is going to matter. If this was like 10,000 HP or something, sure. There are a few champions you go on, get the max HP. Why not? But usually it's because you don't need anything else. Then you have increased champion's turn meter by 20% whenever an allied hero drops below 25%. There are some support champions that this could be very useful on. Revivers, healers, anybody who's got to block damage, maybe, you could go down this route, although you often will still end up in the offense tree with that champion. Like Demitha, you don't run her into timely intervention, you run her into War Master, because you have her in Clan Boss. And then Oppressor increases the turn meter fill rate by 2.5% for each active debuff cast by this champion. So again, if you're trying to get a lot of turns on a debuffer, you could potentially do this. But realistically, like, those 4 are not as equally spread out as the 4 in the offense tree. And the 4 in the defense tree, I think, are even less. Like, you don't go for the 200 defense. Nobody goes for Iron Skin. Some champions, some ally protection, like champions who are trying to tank for their team, will go Bulwark. Fearsome Presence is probably the most common one. I would think anybody who's going into a stun set or a provoke set or something like that will use this. Or if somebody has like, 75% chance of stun on a skill and you want that 80% chance instead, you get the extra 5%. So that could be useful. And then the 50 resist is actually fairly common, I would say. There are times where you just need extra resist, especially on PvP champs or on a cleanser, maybe on your mischief tank for, Hydra, something like that. But when you're talking about the offense trees, the offense capstones are, like, as a collection, are the 4 most useful capstones, like, collectively. Like, there isn't one that's so clearly above all the other 3, like Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye is just so, 80% of your champions that choose a capstone in support are going to choose Eagle Eye. Yeah. Armstrong is a great name. I like Deacon too. I think Deacon's great, but it's got religious connotations that maybe aren't great. I don't know. Could call him Deke. Deke.
What up, baby Deke?
The Matrix. You just turn off Athel's A2. Yeah, you can. Athel's A2 hits harder than her A1. Her A1 lands the weaken, and the A1 is the triple hit. So it's like, if you're going for Giant Slayer, you turn off the A2 and the A3. You just turn them both off. You don't even need the increased attack or the extra turn. You don't want that, because a lot of times what will happen is you get the increased attack from somewhere else, and it's the 50% increased attack, and then she'll take the extra turn, and she'll lose that, And because she's trying to apply a 25% increase attack, that doesn't actually overwrite the 50%, and you lose both buffs. You end up with no buff. So you just literally turn off her A2 and A3 and just run her A1 and just have her be a weaken bot. You know, that's all she does. Triple hit, weaken, triple hit, weaken, triple hit, weaken. And you get tons of damage out of it. Tulsi says, everyone says build more cold hearts, but is there any difference in their builds or just build all the same ways? I will say a few things about building multiple cold hearts. One is don't rush it. Don't feel like because your first cold heart was such a game changer that your second cold heart will do equal like work for your account. Your second cold heart is not as important as your first, and your third is not as important as your second. You could probably wait, you know, a long time before you build your second cold heart. There are also scenarios where you might want to rush a second cold heart. I'm not saying that you have to wait. It kind of depends. You want to judge. Remember, anytime you take a new champion to 6 stars, you want to think about the opportunity cost. Like, am I adding new value to my account? You know, and what is that value? So don't just say, oh, I've got the best rare in the game. I want 5 copies of her. It's not worth it. Like each one, there is a diminishing return on investment there. So what I would say is second cold heart is still pretty important. Still pretty important. Can be useful in a lot of places. In most cases, your first and your second are going to be built relatively similarly. And then any after that are going to be specialized. Now, you might have one who's a little bit faster. You might have one who's a little bit slower. You might have one who's got more accuracy and then one who's a little bit less accurate, but hits harder. So one of the things that you could do is you could build like a Doom Tower Cold Heart who might be good for Dark Fae, floor 120 in hard mode. That Cold Heart is going to require a lot of accuracy. You need like 450 accuracy on that Cold Heart. As a result, you're going to be pulling stats away from crit damage. So that Cold Heart might not hit as hard. And you can decide whether that's Cold Heart number 1 or Cold Heart number 2. You know what I mean? That's up to you. You're going to build somebody who's, you know, another Cold Heart who's probably got 225 accuracy, which is what you need for the dungeons. So if you go, actually, let me check. I think it's 225. I think that's all you need. So raid stages tool. Dungeons. Doesn't matter which one, but let's say Spider's Den. Normal. Stage 20. So if you're going to run a Cold Heart into Spider, you'll probably only run her up to stage 20. Maybe you run up to stage 25, but the resistance here is at 200, so you need 225 accuracy. Even if you go to stage 25, that doesn't actually increase. So you still only need 225 accuracy. In fact, you can even go to hard mode. And I think the first few stages, it's basically the same on stage 1, right? It's 225 accuracy. Now, in hard mode, as you go up, you'll need a lot more accuracy. So you can see here at stage 10 of hard mode, you need 345 accuracy. So that becomes the same Cold Heart that you have built for Dark Fae. So your Dark Fae Cold Heart could be your hard dungeon Cold Heart. But you might want one a little bit less accurate who hits harder. Now, there's another thing, which is like, do you build 70% crit, is it 70% crit rate on your Cold Heart? For her Heartseeker. So like, her Heartseeker only needs 70% crit rate. Where is she? Yeah, so you have an extra 30%. So now, if you want to use her for her heal reduction on her A1 or the poisons on the A2 or the decrease accuracy on the A2, then, like, if you're using those skills anyway and you want 100% crit rate on those skills, then you might want to build her to 100% crit rate, right? So if you're trying to use the full kit and get damage everywhere, especially out of the AoE, the A2, if you want damage out of this A2, you want to build her with 100% crit rate. So you have different choices to make, and it may be that you can build different champions or different copies of Cold Heart slightly differently for each goal. There's also speed to consider. Like the speed requirement that you need for different fights may be different. So for instance, if you're using her in Fire Knight because she's got a 4-hitter on her A1, right, and you're using her in Fire Knight hard mode, then her speed may be more important than how hard she hits. You don't even really care how hard she hits. She doesn't need accuracy because in hard mode Fire Knight, you can't reduce the turn meter. So you could just make her fast and hit hard and have no accuracy at all in her kit. You literally don't care. She could have 0 accuracy. So you could build one that way. You know, you might go into Iron Twins. You might build her for Iron Twins. Right? And in which case you might even speed tune her. And then you need a specific speed. You need a specific accuracy. If you're going to... Actually, you might not need any accuracy for that one. I'm not really sure. For Iron Twins, do you need any of your... I don't think you need any of your debuff. And you can't decrease turn meter. So in that case, you need no accuracy, but you need as much damage as possible. You know, so the question becomes, if you build one Cold Heart for everywhere, one Cold Heart for Dark Fae, one and the same Cold Heart for Spider, and the same Cold Heart for Iron Twins, and the same Cold Heart for wherever else you use her, you want 100% crit rate, a ton of accuracy, a ton of speed, a ton of crit. She's not going to hit as hard. She's just going to be everywhere. You could build her in a generalist kind of build. And then, you know, you have other specialist builds you can build. Another thing you could do is you could build a Cold Heart in a lifesteal set.
Back in a few seconds.
Okay. You could build a Cold Heart in a lifesteal set for some things. Like in Spider, that might be useful. You know, or in certain dungeons that might be useful, building her in a lifesteal set. She can nuke any boss, right? Like up to level 20, she just hits really hard, but you might have survivability issues, you know, like maybe. So you could put her in a lifesteal set, or, you know, you could put her in Savage and Cruel. You know, if you're just trying to, like, you literally just need one hit, see if you can one-shot a boss. Like if you're just trying to one-shot a boss, you know, like you want her with just enough speed, and then you want her with all of the damage, and you might not even need the turn meter decrease. So it's like, do you need accuracy? Do you not need accuracy? Do you need any survivability? Do you not? And so that's why people build 3 and 4 and 5 Cold Hearts. Because she's good everywhere, but she's not good everywhere in the same build. Or she's not as good as she could be everywhere in the same build. What I highly suggest to everybody is build one Cold Heart. Build your first Cold Heart as well as you can. Use her for the content you're currently trying to push. Learn how to tweak her. Learn how to mess around with her gear. You know, put an HP percentage chest plate on her. Put her in Lifesteal. Put her in Savage. Like, you know, try her at 100% crit rate. Try her at 70% crit rate. Like, see the differences. Spend a few months playing Cold Heart before you build a second one. Because you won't know what to do with the second one. Right? Because you still haven't learned how the first one works. She's not as simple as you might think she is. She's actually a relatively, like, it's not that she's versatile. She is versatile, but she's a relatively, like, multifaceted champ. She can do a lot of different things in a lot of different places. And she can always hit hard, but sometimes you don't need her to hit super, super hard. And sometimes you do. Sometimes you need the healing, you know, decrease heal debuff, you know, or heal reduction debuff. Sometimes you don't, you know. So there's no one build fits all. And you know, how many Cold Hearts will you eventually want? It's really up to you. Depends on your gear and what you're trying to accomplish and how much you like the champion. I have 2 currently built at 60 at 2.5 years in. And I have a third one who I've kind of been running up slowly on the side, who I'm thinking I might 60 probably in the next couple of months. I don't think I'll build a 4th for a while. I have too many other good champions that need building. And it's easy to build a rare or whatever, but it's like, I have a lot of epics, and it's easy for me to build epics right now too. So I don't need a 3rd Cold Heart. I have Newt, you know, like I have other champions that hit hard. I have Ninja. Like I don't need a 3rd Cold Heart right away. I definitely don't need a 4th. But you'll find value. You'll find value. It's really nice that she's void too, because she never weak hits. So you always get, really good damage out of her Heartseeker. You don't have to worry about weak hitting on your debuffs, so there is that. All right, what am I trying to do today? I think I'm just trying to get, no, I think I'm just grinding, Minotaur.
Indeed.
He's back.
Oh, that's a nice shield. Crit rate, crit damage, and speed.
Nice. Perfect.
We take those.
Diesel Cat says, I want to use the duo of Akoth and Achak. What's a good blessing for Achak? I don't run either of those champions. I don't think I own an Achak. I might have gotten an Achak at some. I think I might have pulled him not that long ago, but I've never built one, not recently, and so I don't know. Sorry, I wish I could help. Any idea which 2-star blessing is good for Emic? That's a good question. If you're running him in boss fights, you could go Brimstone. Right? Depends. Do you have another Brimstone champion? So if you already have Brimstone covered, then you don't need Brimstone. You could do the new blessing that's been changed from, I think it was Carapace or whatever, that heals every time a shield gets broken or dropped. You could do that. That would provide a lot of sustain and survivability for him, because he gets tons of shields, right? He does shields. You could do. I gotta look at the blessings. So HH says a Lightning Cage and Ward of the Fallen, which I think are both decent options. So Brimstone, Lightning Cage, or Ward of the Fallen, depending on if you're doing Clan Boss Arena or damage dealing. I think that Lightning Cage is an interesting option. That is really for Arena. It could also be for a solo build, I think, though. I think if you have a solo build, that could work. I like the idea of Cruelty. So Cruelty reduces usually a boss's defense over time. Like every hit, you reduce up to a maximum of 20%. And the nice thing about that is if you don't have like a really good blessing for a champion, that's always useful in any boss fighting champion. It tends to be better when you have like champions who get more attacks, right? Because you'll get it out there more often. But it can be a good blessing on Emic if you're using him in a clan boss team. If you don't have somebody else that does that. Now, there are a couple of champions that have a natural like decreased defense, like a defense destruction mechanic, like Newt and Harima. Those generally go up to 30%. They don't stack. They don't stack with Cruelty. So in that case, you wouldn't want Cruelty. So if like Newt is your damage dealer and Emic is in clan boss, like if those two champions are in clan boss, then you don't need Cruelty. It would speed up like how fast you destroy the defense. So they do stack up to 20%, or they don't stack, but they like synergize up to 20%. and then Newt would have to get it from 20% to 30%. Like Emic wouldn't be able to contribute to that, but you would get there faster, I guess. So that could potentially increase your damage. Yeah, the Hell Hades site still has the old blessings up. He hasn't but let's see. So survival instinct? No, not survival instinct. Yeah, he also doesn't have all of the new blessings listed. The one that heals you when shields break, that could be worthwhile. I think that's a rare blessing. But I think the most likely one is probably Brimstone, because he's going to be in a lot of boss fights. If you're not using him for boss fights, if you're using him as like a reset champion for wave content or something, then you might not want Brimstone. You could still use Brimstone against waves. I'm not saying that, but the idea of a reset team is like one-shotting waves. So you don't really use Brimstones when you're one-shotting. Brimstone is there for longer fights, right? So, again, Arena, probably Lightning Cage. But then you also have that, if you're trying to make him tanky, you're trying to make him a solo champion, then I would consider that the new healing one, based on breaking shields. Variety says second Cold Heart can still do good work at level 50. Yeah, at level 50, Cold Heart can still do good work because the Heartseeker is just based on max HP of the enemy, and that doesn't scale up. Like, you get some attack out of that, and you can also get, like, you can get more speed and accuracy out of a banner and stuff like that. But yeah, you can still do good work at 5 stars. Settle Down is back with Starbucks in hand. Well, welcome back. Tuella says, bro, this game won't give me AoE HP burn. Just pulled Jotun. Shame I don't have a debuff spreader. There are, surprisingly, not that many AoE HP burners. There really aren't that many, especially in, like, the epic category. So, let's see. All right, so here are the AoE HP burners, right? And if you go down to the epics, you've got 5. Achak the Windering, Akoth the Seared, Mordecai, Skrank, and Ultimate Gaelic. Now, of these 5, Achak is conditional, so you can't really rely on him. So as far as I understand, so the HP burn here has it's a 100% chance of placing an HP burn debuff for 1 turn on enemies whose defense is equal to or higher than their attack. The vast majority of PvE mobs, of PvE like enemies, have a higher attack than defense. It's really rare for this to land PvE. It's just weird. Yeah. So, and then that's not what I wanted. Let me go back. Okay, and so then you have Akoth. Now, Akoth is, I believe, he's a Doom Tower champion, so you can get Akoth. Now, Akoth's very good. So he attacks all enemies, has a 20% chance of placing an HP burn debuff for 2 turns. The chance of placing the debuff increases by 20% for each alive enemy. Sorry, it's right here. So you can get this to 100% if there are 4 targets. So this is basically 100% chance. right? Against Spider, it's 100% chance. Against, most fights where you really want HP burns, you're going to have at least 4 targets. Like, okay, Ice Golem, if you're using HP burns, you're only getting an 80% chance. So it's always going to be 40% chance because there's always going to be at least one alive enemy, right? So it's always going to be 40% chance, but it works its way up from there. Yeah. So, and he synergizes well with HP burns. Now, this is a free champion that you can go and get. I forget how long it takes you to get him though, but he's out of normal Doom Tower secret rooms. So I think he's like champion number 5 or 6 or something like that. It takes a while to get him. Maybe he's not. Maybe he's 3. Is he before Dark Hail or after? Let me see if I can find that out. Doesn't say here. I forget who the Doom Tower champions are. But anyway, so you can get him. So if you never pull one, you can always get this guy, and he is very good. He is magic affinity, so he will weak hit sometimes, but he's very good for a lot of HP burn uses. So really solid. Now, there's Mordecai, who is, a free code champion right now. New player code champion. Has been for a while, 2 years or something. So you can get him from a code if you didn't use the code on him, which why would you if you could get Deacon or Wukong or somebody. He's a champion that you can pull. He's just a regular epic you can get from a shard. Now, Ultimate Gaelic is another one. This guy is spotty. I don't like this champion. I tried to make him my first AoE HP burner. It was tricky. So, his A3, Burning Rage, attacks all enemies 2 times. Each hit has a 50% chance of placing an HP burn debuff for 2 turns if this champion is under an increased attack buff. So, you've got a 75, it doesn't book additional chances. So you've got a 75% chance of landing an HP burn on any particular target, and you have to be under an increased attack buff. So if you're going to open with this, you need somebody else giving you the increased attack buff. Otherwise, you literally can't land the HP burn. Now, you do have this other attack here, which is a single enemy attack, has a 50% chance of placing an HP burn debuff on the target for 2 turns if this champion is under an increased attack buff. So you also have that. Again, it's conditional. Shouldn't be conditional. Shouldn't have to have the increased attack buff. It's like I either have one or the other. Either it's 100% and conditional on increased attack, or it's 75% chance and there's no increased attack. He's just annoying. But he's viable. He's viable. You have to set him up the right way. But he's annoying. You know what I mean? It's like to have to do that is a little bit irritating. But he's if you get him and he's your first AoE HP burn champion, you can make him work, at least for the time being. But then eventually you'll replace him with a better AoE HP burner and he'll become a faction Crips champion. And he won't even be great there because you probably won't set him up with an AoE HP burn. Like you won't set him up with the increased attack. You have to run Old Hermit Jorg and run him faster than this guy. And it's like, so I don't love Ultimate Gaelic. I think he could use a buff. Now, the newest champion, the newest epic that's been added is Skrank. Skrank is awesome. He's a god tier epic. He's like really good. He's really good. Now, his HP burn is a little bit weird. So he attacks. Okay, so where is it? I'm trying to get it on the screen for you. So he attacks all enemies, has a 100% chance when he's booked of placing an HP burn for debuff for 2 turns. He is Void Affinity, 100% chance. He's not going to weak hit. So unless you get a 3% resist, he's landing it. Fills his champion's turn meter by 15% if at least one enemy is hit with a critical hit. Now here's the thing. You can't make this chance 0. You can make this chance 100%. So you want to build him with crit rate. And actually, that's typically weird on an HP burner, right? You don't build all your HP burners like as direct damage dealers. You probably would for Ultimate Gaelic. And you do here for Skrank, because if you also look at his passive, increases his champion's attack and crit damage by 5% every time an HP burn debuff triggers on an enemy, stacks up to 25%. So you're going to get 25% additional attack and crit damage. So he's a dual damage threat. He's great with direct damage, and he's great with the HP burn. He can also get an increased attack onto himself conditionally on his A2. He's got a little bit of sustain there, and then he's got an A1 that places a weaken. He's a great clan boss damage dealer. He can be really good in Hydra. He can be good in a lot of places. You can actually see the ratings here. Like Hydra's 5 stars, Spider's 5 stars, Clan Boss is 4 stars, Ice Golem's 4 stars, Ice Golem Hard is 4.5, Spider is 4. You know, Doom Tower, right? Dark Fae, Frost Spider are 5 stars. Why is he a 5-star against Dark Fae? I don't know why he's a 5-star against Dark Fae. Like, I could see him working. I don't think he's not going to work. But I would probably, like, a 5-star, I'd maybe call him a 4-star. Maybe 4.5 if you're stretching. That feels like a little bit of an overvalue there. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I'm missing something. But anyway, awesome AoE HP burner. Void, epic. You know, so realistically here, you have 3 good options. Akoth, which you can get for free from Doom Tower. Mordecai, you have to pull from a regular Ancient Shard or, you know, Sacred Shard. And then Skrank, which you have to pull from a Void Shard. Ultimate Gaelic in a pinch. And then you've got your, you know, your legendaries. And there are a decent number of legendaries. Like, let's see, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 18, 19 legendaries who do it. You know, so someday you'll get one of the legendaries. If you weren't around when, you know, Artak was a login champion, that's unfortunate. You can get Chronum. So this is a champion you can also get for free. You just have to do your self-referrals, or, you know, if you have friends who are willing to do referrals for you, you can go and get Chronum for free. So you do have 2 completely free accessible options. Chronum, which is annoying to do all the self-referrals, and then Akoth, which just takes time and focus in Doom Tower. So you can't be shut out. You will get an HP burn champion at some point. You know, one of those 2 champions will fall in your lap. You know, I've got several of these now. I do have an Ignatius, I think. I pulled an Ignatius not long ago, but I haven't built him yet. But I have Artak. I've got Cubitus. I've got Sissia. I think I pulled a Tila, actually. I've got a Tamesia, got a Chunda, got a Tyrant, and I've got a Walking Tomb Drang. Plus, I've got Akoth, Mordecai, Skrank, and Gaelic, Ultimate Gaelic, and Achak, I guess. I got all of those, too. You know, so eventually you just get so many. Now, you may not need an AoE HP burner, or you may need just some AoE, you know, like some AoE. Like, it doesn't have to be all AoE. So, you know, you still have Drexthar as an option, and he can be a great solution in Spider. So if that's what you're looking for, the AoE HP burn, just go get your Drexthar. Because the way this works is on his passive, here it is, has a 55% chance of placing an HP burn debuff for 2 turns on the attacker when hit. And this books up to, looks like, what, 75% chance. This champion's resistance is increased by. So basically, as the Spiderlings attack him, he puts HP burns on them. Now, it's only a 55% chance. You don't have to run him booked, by the way. You can run him unbooked. 55% chance is still pretty good. And what that means is half of the Spiderlings, roughly, will burn themselves by attacking him. And the reason that that's so good is, remember, he is Force Affinity. So let's clear this out for a second. We go into Spider. Stage 20 is Spirit Affinity. So Drex would be weak affinity. He'll be the Spiderling target. Stage 24 weak affinity. So he'll be the spiderling target there. So you can farm stage 20 and you can farm stage 24. Unfortunately for stage 25 is magic affinity. You know, I don't know how Drex works in hard mode. I've never needed him there. Like I moved on past Drex a while ago and I haven't really gone backwards. But potentially, you know, in hard mode, he would work everywhere except magic affinity situations. Now you need to get the speeds right. You know, the thing about hard mode is boss goes faster and faster and gets faster than the spiderlings. And so it's hard to keep the spiderlings alive for an HP burn because they just get devoured so much. But potentially you could use Drex up to maybe, you know, stage 5 or 6. Like he might be good enough to do that. After that point, you need to swap out for another AoE HP burner, a better one. All right, let's see. How am I doing? What am I doing? Getting Deacon's Masteries. Yeah, I think I'm just running Masteries all day. That's what I'm doing here. I mean, that's not going to get me any more points on the Lover's Path.
It's always a good day.
Yeah. I can go get this. I can go get this Epic Tome. Let's do that. And maybe I can get enough points in the next 13 hours to get this Primal Shard. So let's maybe shoot for that. Tag Team Arena. By the way, Tag Team Arena resets in 10 hours and 32 minutes. So make sure you've got your defenses in and you're pushing. Because you don't want to get stuck accidentally being demoted the way I had that happen over and over and over again. All right. Dark the Enigma says, any advice for Zinogre Blade Master? You can talk to Team Girl Squad in the
TGS.
Yeah, the Discord. Team Girl Squad has an interesting clan boss speed tune that he adapted for Zinogre. And it's a 2-to-1, and I think it does pretty well. So you could ask about that. I've been messing around with her a little bit, but I'm not quite ready to give advice on her because I haven't actually used her on my main. I haven't really gotten her to a point where I'm like comfortable saying, "Oh, this is how you use her." Her. I've seen her used in hard mode Fire Knight. I think she's a great Fire Knight champion. So you can build her with speed, and that's basically all you need there. What's going on? Yeah, I one of the things you have to consider is whether or not you need her debuffs, right? Do you need her leech? That will affect how you feel about her, like how you build her. So it really depends. But she's a great boss killer. She's a really good boss killer. I would say, typically if you're going to run her in clan boss, you're going to want to run her on an unkillable composition that uses the unkillable buff, not a block damage buff. Because remember that she needs to get damaged in order to activate her passive. So if you're using a block damage team, she may never get damaged. And that might mean she doesn't get her passive. And without her passive that increases her damage, she's not worth it. So she has a weaken, she has a leech, she has a decrease attack. The decrease attack doesn't really fit in with an unkillable comp. Unfortunately, you can't like turn that off, I don't think. But if you have an increased attack champion with her and you want to turn off her A3 entirely, so you lose the increased attack, the leech, and the decrease attack, that means you lose those 2 debuffs there, and you can then maybe stack more poisons or something if you're bringing another damage dealer. Yeah. She's a little bit tricky to speed tune in the clan boss composition, but there are speed tunes that work with her. And an A1 weaken is always really powerful, so. And if you don't care about using her in clan boss, you can just use her as your dungeon lead. 30% ally speed in dungeons. Have her as your dungeon lead and your primary boss killer. Make sure you have somebody else to support her that clears waves. She's not great against waves. And she's not super tanky or anything. It's not like she's going to live forever. So, I mean, she's not like super squishy, but she's not very tanky. So, you know, you're going to need somebody to handle the waves for her, and that'll get her to the boss, and she'll crush most bosses. Yeah. Watch out for bosses who bring healing reduction, like Ice Golem. Gonna need a cleanser or a block debuffs for it, because that'll kill her. Darth Malgus, hello chat, hello, good to see you. Akoth is a second champion Doom Tower. Okay, great. So it's Helmet, Archmage Helmet, and then Akoth. So yeah, if you can get him relatively fast, like, I mean, you could probably get your second Doom Tower champion by like your 6th rotation, maybe 7th. You know, because your first rotation, you may get no secret rooms. Your second one, you're probably getting like 3 or 4. You know, it's going to take you until like your 4th rotation until you're clearing many, you know, of the, like, let's say you're getting half. So it could take a while. It could be longer than that. It might be like 6 or 7 months, 6 or 7 rotations, 8 rotations. Could be a while. Could be a while. I mean, you can get a champion in 3 rotations. It takes less than 3 rotations to get a champion from the secret rooms, because you can get 36 fragments per rotation, and it takes 100 fragments. So, you know, if you're clearing every single secret room, it's fast. But it just takes a while for you to get to that point, you know, even in the normal Doom Tower. So Supreme Gaelic is better than Ultimate Gaelic. Yeah. Skrank is nice. Lanai, who are you talking about? She's done so much for my account. Hey, YST's in the house. Hey, how's it going? It's good to see you. YST is in the house. We are hanging out. We're working on the HH account. I got bad news. I made a mistake. And I'm not gonna complete the fusion. I had all the resources to do it. And I'll tell you the mistake I made. It's a little bit embarrassing, but it is what it is. I'm running 2 accounts. I'm running my main account and my HH Challenge account. I checked the CVC, and there was a 2-hour overlap between the CVC and the end of the champion training or whatever it was back when CVC was happening. So I was like, for the first 2 hours of CVC, I can get CVC points and champion training points at the same time. Here's the thing. That was on my main account. My HH Challenge account, it didn't have a 2-hour overlap. It shut off 2 hours earlier. I have no idea why. It wasn't the same on both accounts. But so what I did is I went to sleep. I was like 400 points away from completing the champion training and getting my fragments. But I was like, I'm going to go to sleep early. I'm going to wake up at 4 a.m. You know, so I'm going to go to bed at 11. I'm going to wake up at 4 a.m. I'm going to do the champion training. Like, I'm going to finish off all my points there. And that's going to help me double dip and get more points for the CBC and, you know, whatever. And there was a little voice in my head was like, don't do that. Just go ahead and complete it. Like, who cares? It's a few hundred CVC points, you know, and I'm like, it's not that big a deal. But I was tired. And, you know, still a little bit of COVID brain there. And I was like, nah, because I got to get up for I want to do it for my main account anyway. Like, I don't want to just do it for the HH account. I'm doing it for my main account because I can get like, I was going to get like 100,000 champion training points. You know, I was going to get a lot of points. I was making like 3 6-star champions and booking everybody out and doing all this stuff. So I'm like, I want to get all those points on my main account. And yeah, I showed up and I saw the clock tick down from 15 seconds to 1 second while I was scrambling. I'm like, what do I do? What do I do? I was like, you can't do anything. Can't make 400 points in 15 seconds. So I missed out on the fragments. So then I thought to myself, I still have a chance. I have a chance. It's a very tiny chance. I'll keep completing every event. And if I can win or come in second in the champion chase tournament, then I can get 5 fragments there. And I had saved a ton of ancient shards. I pulled 90 ancient shards. I got, what did we say? 6 epics. I got 6 epics. I did get 1 legendary. I got 6 epics. I was expecting like 12. No, I think I got 7 epics. I should have gotten 14. I got 7 instead. And I was like hovering in second place, and then I was in third place for a little while, and I was like, well, maybe if I make some fusion champions and blah, blah, blah. And then like somebody came and just dropped like 7,000 points, and I was like, all right, I can't do it. So I've missed on the fusion, which is really disappointing because I think she's a great champion. She would have been super helpful. And it was user error. It was me. It was my mistake. It wasn't, you know, it was a weirdness in the game, but I should have checked it. You know, it was my fault. And I had all the resources and I could have done it. So right now I'm sitting on 55 fragments, and I could have had more. I stopped doing some of the events. I could have had 75, you know, but I would have missed out by 5 fragments. But then it was crazy because even in the champion chase, like I didn't get all of the fragments because I got such a bad return on my shards that I didn't get the fragments. And I could have gone and like pulled mystery shards. I think I was like a few hundred points away. I could have gone and pulled and gotten the fragments. But it was just like I would have had to pull 400 mystery shards, and why do it? So turned out to be not great. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunate. What are you doing right now, YSC? You want to jump in the stream? You want to hang out and chat for a little bit? Or are you just stopping by to say hi?
Talk about feeling replaceable. Oof.
Yeah, you know what's funny is I did a video, I think on Monday or something. I was like, here's how you plan your week, and there's a 2-hour overlap, you know? And then people in the comments were like, I don't have a 2-hour overlap. Some people were like, oh, that's great. I didn't think about that. And some people were like, you know, oh yeah, you got a stream? All right. I'll have to make sure when I end my stream that I raid your stream. I've never done that before, but I'm gonna have to figure out how to do that. Do we know how to raid a stream? We'll raid YST stream at the end of this. You have to remind me, folks. Let's make sure we raid YST. Now, so you're going live at 11. Oh, I don't know if I'm going to get there, actually. So that means 6 p.m. my time. I don't know that we'll get all the way to 6. We might. Probably not. I've probably got another hour and a half. Yeah, so YST is going to clear the Doom. We're hoping we're going to clear the Doom Tower normal. You're all the way up at floor 119. That's awesome. That's fantastic, man. You are absolutely killing Doom Tower. I should get into Doom Tower again. So I've been stalled out at this guy. I think I could probably push, all the way up to the next one, but Griffin is tough. Griffin is tough. I could try it now, though. I could try it now. That would be a good thing to do, I think. So I would probably do... I'd probably do this, because I don't want the Apothecary turn meter issue. Now, Deacon's a little bit tricky, because his turn meter can mess things up. And so can Mordecai. But I might be able to get through with this team. Let's see. I'm having a little bit of difficulty clearing the waves. Like I've been manualing some of these Doom Tower floors. Like I don't have to manual every one of them, but I have to manual about a third of them because certain floors are just, it's hard to clear the waves. And Rathalos's I don't like Rathalos's. Rath's AI is bad. He uses his skills in the wrong order at the wrong time. I don't know that he even understands his own passive. He's like, he doesn't even know what his passive is about. I don't know what I'm trying to do here. Why was I attacking? How was I attacking? Get him off the board. I didn't want the turn meter decrease. But now we're going to get provoked. In a weekend. Let's get this up there. There's the provoke. Ooh, we just one-shot a Krisk. That was fun. Griffin is brutal, yeah. Dude, YST's been posting updates in the team chat. I'm just like, oh man, every time I see it, he's like, I got another 10 floors. I'm like, all right. I would love to clear this rotation, but obviously I'm not going to because I don't have enough days left. But so I think I could do 30 more floors, right? Because we could do 10 today, 10 after the reset, and then the reset happens, and then we have like 6 more hours, and we could do another 10 floors. So I think there's a void shard out there for me to get. It's on floor 70 or something, right? So if I could get to floor 70, I think there's a void shard. I would not mind that void shard. We were talking about the shard rotation earlier in the stream, YSD. So I don't know what you think, but we had the reverse of what's normal, right? We had voids, sacreds, ancients. Normally it's ancient, sacred, voids, but it's voids, sacreds, ancients. So do you think they're going to stick with the reverse rotation and go voids, sacreds, ancients again? Or do you think they're going to use this ancient weekend as an opportunity to go back to the normal schedule, and they're going to go sacreds off of this and then voids? So it would be sacreds, ancients, sacreds, right? Because we just had sacred. Do you think they're going to do that? Or do you think, like, just don't even trust it anymore? It's just going to be whatever they want at any given time. Because I don't know what to tell people about, like, what shards to expect anymore. I just kind of save all of them. I'm just like,
yep,
we just got to save all of them because we have no idea what's going to happen.
They've thrown it out the door. Keep you on your toes.
Yeah.
You want to save shards? You don't know if you're going to be waiting 2 weeks or 3 months.
Yeah.
FOMO, man. FOMO.
Yeah, nobody knows. I was kind of hopeful that they would tell the content creators, but they're clearly not telling the content creators either. Like, I'm not in the content creator program, but they're not telling the members of the program. Destania says, I'm going through a major gear cleanse while listening. Selling 300 pieces for me is huge. Yeah. You think it'll be primal? You think it'll be primal, Destania? That'd be interesting. Whatever would be the most inconvenient for the players is what they will do. They don't care about, well, no, you're right. They kind of care about inconvenience. But what I was going to say is that the big deal here. Yeah, all right. This is the debuff. The big deal is not how inconvenient it is. The real factor is how enticing can they make it for you to spend money. That's what they want you to do, right? So, but inconvenience does inspire, at least in their philosophy, that inspires you, to spend money or inspires players to spend money. I don't like that philosophy. I think it's a bad philosophy. You don't need to make it inconvenient for me to spend money. Just make it valuable. Like, give me good value and I'll spend money. But no can do, says Plarium.
No can do.
I have not gotten any good perception gear for Athel. So her accuracy has now fallen to the point where she doesn't land her debuffs against bosses. Like, at this point, she won't land her debuffs, which is problematic. Oh, there she did. So I guess she still got a chance, but she's like at her limit. All right, so another thing that's been going on, I don't know if everybody's been keeping up with this, but YST is, team captain. We're having challenges this month. So we have to put up one of our teammates for Dragon, one for Spider, one for Ice Golem, one for Fire Knight, and then we have to put up 2 for Clan Boss, I think. And are we also doing a Hydra challenge? I forget YST. Is there a Hydra challenge involved, but anybody can do it or something like that? And you can't repeat. Like, multiple people can't do it. So you only get one of those. And then the Clan Boss has to be two people. So that's all 6 members of the team. And so we had Nothorius, right? Nothorius did Dragon. He did a great job. He pushed so much Dragon in like 2 days. He went from like stage 13 to stage 18 in 2 days. Really focused on it. We got a 4th place, which I thought was very respectable. And that allowed YST to hold on to his, like, we didn't have to use YST as the Dragon person. He actually passed you. Because I think you were at stage 17 or stage 18, but slower or something like that. So you would have been like 6th or 7th place, but he got 4th place. Now, you didn't push because you knew you weren't Dragon, so I'm not saying you couldn't have gotten higher, but he actually passed where you were, which was great. So we got 4th place in Dragon. And now this week is Spider. And we have until we have until today. We have to decide today. So we got to figure out who's going to be Spider, but we've got until the end of the week to get the points or something, right? So we're not getting the points today, but we have to determine who it is today or something like that. I don't know the timing. I wish there was more clarification there for me. I've got to figure that out. But so, what we've got to decide for the team is like, who does Spider, and then who does that, and then who does that, and then who does Clan Boss. And the further along you go, the less, the fewer options each player has. So, I've got to figure out, and when I say we, like, not just YST, but you, the viewers, like, you got to help me out. We got to figure out what would be a good goal for this account. So as soon as I'm done with this fight, we're going to talk about that. Like, because we have some time, even if it's Spider, we still have some time to push Spider. And then we can kind of decide, the approach to how are we going to push Spider. Ooh, that was not great. Okay, so this is what I'm kind of trying to figure out. I think that was the big hit. Unfortunately, I didn't have the HP burn up. Okay. That was stupid of me. I shouldn't have put up my buffs right then because I knew they were getting stripped. I should have waited. But we might have enough. I think we might get through.
Can he do it? Vote now.
That was ugly. Voting. That was really. So let's put up a poll. All right. So let's take a look at the account first before we put up a poll. We'll take a look at my champion. All right. So this is this is who I've got. We can look at rares too, because rares may play in some places. Let's pull the champions out of vaults, so we'll include. Okay, so I pulled Ugo. Son, I'm gonna pull you off the screen here.
No.
Get back in your cupboard.
Hey, I told you, everybody. You thought it was a joke.
Why is that not working? Oh, because it's a different. That okay. We changed the thing.
He's
Okay.
cruel.
So this is my roster now at this point. So the champions that really stand out to me as potential like helpful champion, right? We've got obviously Athel, Rathalos, now Deacon. Deacon is 6 stars. He's going up. So potentially that gives me with Mordecai, you know, a really good quad, right? Like, and usually my 5th champion is Melga or Apothecary. So Apothecary is some sustain and more speed. Melga is more sustain and survivability, but less speed. You know, so these are really the chance. So this is like looking like my clan boss team right now. You know, I don't know that that's a great clan boss team. Like if I had like a Taragi the Frog or something, it could be. But right now it's okay, right? It's okay. Now champions that could be valuable, right? I've got High Katoon, you know, Firegun Isbell. I've got Mistrider Daffy, who's kind of interesting, right? He could be a powerhouse in some places. I do have a Phoenix. I pulled a Phoenix. Now, when I pulled Phoenix, I was thinking this might be good for Ice Golem. So I could potentially build for Ice Golem, right? Because Phoenix will get you through. Like he'll get you through a lot of places in Ice Golem. You'll have to manual your way up and then kind of hope for like an RNG run where he kills the, you know, like to get a fast run, I'm saying. It's like you manual your way up as high as you can go, and then you just run it again and again and again and hope for a fast run where the RNG works out. We were just talking about Sanguinia potentially, because she does have a block debuffs. She also has a cleanse, an AoE cleanse. That could maybe, she's also got a triple hitter A1, so it could be good for Fire Knight. I don't think I have a great Fire Knight team because I have no turn meter control. Like I have multi-hitters now. I have reflect damages. I have, you know, I have different ways to handle Fire Knight, but I don't think it's ever going to be fast because I don't have any turn meter control. My one turn meter control champion, I think, is Soulbound Bowyer, who does have the 100% turn meter decrease and could be really valuable. I'm trying to think. The other two are Deacon and Mordecai, and they both have really minimal turn meter control. And I guess Ikatoon, also minimal turn meter control. She's also my only slow, I think. Well, I guess technically Fellhound has a slow, right? Decreased speed. It's a lesser decreased speed on his A1. You know, as far as my rares are concerned, you know, Petrifia, Kale, Master Butcher, Soulbond. I mean, I've got a Metal Shaper for the next rotation of Doom Tower. I've got Meat Carver Tolog. You know, I do have a marked, although she's, you know, fusion champ. I don't know. I mean, I have Brave Chill Killer. I don't have anybody who's like jumping off the board at me. Longsword, who's like, oh yeah, this is going to help you with a particular, you know, this is Spirit Host is like, and she's farmable. She's like my best other option as a cleanser. So am I missing anybody? Am I missing a solution here? Because I don't always use rare solution. Okay, YST, that'd be helpful. Thank you. So, you know, my thought is right now, what looks good is Spider. Because I have Mordecai. I can take him to 6 stars. He'll be very fast. I mean, he's already running, you know, 208 speed. Potentially with a banner, I could get him faster. I don't have a good banner with speed right now. I have banner with resist. So I could do I could do Athel, Rathalos, Deacon, Mordecai, and then depending on the affinity, I could switch, the affinity of the other support, maybe try to make like Melga the Spiderling tank against, magic affinity. Maybe make Apothecary against Force affinity, and then Rathalos will probably, we want Rathalos as the Spirit affinity Spiderling tank. I don't know if there's really, I don't know Crypt Witch that well. What does she do? 3 times at random, decrease defense, ignore defense, ignore defense. So she's a damage dealer. I have tons of damage dealers. I could invest in a shield guard. This guy is almost fully booked. I just started doing that early on and then kind of got out of it. But he has a slow and the AoE, and fills his champion's turn meter by 20% on each critical hit. Get him 100% crit rate. He's going to get a lot of turn meter. Potentially put him in a lifesteal set with enough accuracy to decrease speed on the spider boss, and he could be a Spiderling tank instead of Melga. For the right affinity. He could also be just a damage dealer. I could potentially swap him in for Athel or Rathalos, depending on the affinity. And he'd be relatively cheap to invest in. All I need to do is get him to 6 stars. He's already fully booked. Masteries I'd have to get, but I don't necessarily have to get all of the masteries, right? I mean, it would be nice to get him all the way to 6 stars and get the extra crit damage, 20% crit damage, probably, or maybe Helm Smasher. He could also become my campaign farmer at that point, even though I've been building up Fellhound for that. I mean, Fellhound could potentially also go in a spider team. The AoE decreased speed on the A1. I normally wouldn't, like, if I were building him for campaign, I built him slow. I wouldn't build him fast, and I don't need the accuracy for that, but there's that option. There are other champions who look kind of interesting. Like Denethil has an increased defense with a heal, decreases duration of all enemy buffs. I don't know that helps me there. It's like so if I'm thinking spider, right now I'm thinking spider, Ice Golem, not Fire Knight. Spider, Ice Golem, not Fire Knight, and maybe Clan Boss. Right? And the big goal on Clan Boss would just be to get 5 6 stars. I think that's all we really need. Like, most of us don't have 5 6 stars yet. So if we go to the website and look at the teams, right? If we're looking at champion development, can we look at the I gotta log in. I've got to log in. That's the thing. I'm not logged in. Hang on a second. Come on, we can do this. Yeah, okay. It doesn't show everything I want to show. I want to see how many 6 stars everybody has. But I think if you just get 5 6 stars, like none of us are on this board. I don't know. YST, how many 6 stars do you have at this point? Armor can be turn meter control if you can build the gear on them. That's true too. Hey, Brandon. Good to see you. You have 4 6 stars. We're on the wrong screen. I keep ending up on the wrong screen. What am I trying to do here? You have 4 6 stars. So I have 3 now. And we have time for Clan Boss. So I think most people are going to get 5, right? But the idea is who can get theirs first, right? Like who can get them for, say, Spider? Who can get them for Ice Golem? So if I were going to go for Ice Golem, I would build Phoenix. And I would want to book him out. I would at least want books in his... I guess it's his A1, actually. I want him ascended. Maybe I don't even need book. I mean, it's an extra 20% damage. This AoE block buffs is nice, too, for Hydra. And he does have a decreased speed. I think he's, you know, when I'm looking at 6-stars, like these top 6 are my main. Those 6 champions are my main champions right now. Mordecai's got to go to 6 stars. I think he has to. He doesn't have to do it for Spider, but he has to do it for Rathalos. Right? Like, I need to get the accuracy. I need to get the speed. I need to be ahead of Rathalos. Rathalos is fast. Rathalos right now is running 205 speed. So Mordecai's only running at 208 speed. You know, so as Rathalos gets better gear, he's going to get faster. I need the speed on Mordecai, and I'm going to need the, you know, the extra survivability for stuff like Clan Boss. So right now it's these 6, and Phoenix is looking like, you know, the next best champion. The other options are Ugo, Sanguinia, and High Katun, I think. Right? So more speed there. And then, obviously, like I said, Fire Gun for potentially Baumel. Misrider Daffy, just because he's cool. And he can do some cool stuff. And then Shield Guard, Soulbound Bowyer, and as somebody said, Armiger. You know, and I have several copies of Armiger, actually. I think I have a few more. No, those are... I've been getting rid of them. I had like 10. I must have gotten rid of some. So, you know, what do we do? What do we do? I'm thinking Butcher and Fire Gun for Baumel. But I just need to get really past the first Baumel, and that'll give me time. Maybe the second Baumel. Ugo's so good for so many things. When it comes to Ice Golem, I don't know that you want to do a ton of damage. That's why I think you have to manual. I think you really have to manual Ice Golem to just get as high as you can. So what would my Ice Golem team look like? I mean, it could be as simple as like Deacon, Mordecai, and then either Rathalos or Athel, but not both. So Deacon, Mordecai, 1 wave clearer, Phoenix, and Melga. I don't have a cleanse or a block debuff. If I build Sanguinia and Phoenix, that's Fire Knight, that's Ice Golem, but she could potentially be my cleanse in Ice Golem. I still don't have turn meter control, so I can't use that on him. You know, and then there's Clan Boss down the road. Now, Clan Boss, I have Petrifia. I could also go that route, right? Decreased. I don't know. I don't have any tanks. Poisons would be nice. But that means I have to get away from the Rathalos and Mordecai. You know, I could do like Deacon, Melga, Apothecary, Athel, and Petrifia. Right? That'll give me a weaken, a poison sensitivity, a decreased attack, a decreased defense, a leech. a speed boost, a shield, continuous heals, poisons. That gives me a lot. That's a nice team. That's not a bad team. It's obviously 3 Magic Affinity champions. So it's going to struggle into Force Affinity Clan Boss. But is that better than the Rathalos Mordecai combo? It's certainly cheaper. Like, I can book Petrifia out, no problem. Rathalos is still not booked, right? I still need a whole bunch of books on him. Mordecai is booked. Melga's not. Deacon's not. All right, I'm going to put up a poll. Where would my account? Now remember, that you have to consider the competition too, right? Like, how is everybody else doing? How is everybody else doing? So, when I look at, we can look at the other teams again. So we've got people doing 20, Mullet Reaver's doing 20 million in Nightmare, which is silly. That's so good, right? Everybody else is doing about 11 to 20 million in Brutal. I can currently do about 6 to 7 million in Brutal. That's what I can do. Let's call it 7 million. So let's look at someone like Hell Hades or Papa Drock, right? They're pulling down just under 12 million in Clan Boss. Now let's look up at see how many 6 stars they have. So Hell Hades has all 6 stars. Papa Drock has all 6 stars. Like, I don't know what their Clan Boss teams are, right? But they have enough champions that they're probably running 5 full level 60s in their Clan Boss. And they're pulling down 12 million. I'm pulling down 7 with 2 60s. So if I just add 3 60s, if I just keep the same champions, if I just keep the same exact team, but I get 3 more 60s, right? Chances are I'll get a few more turns. Not a lot more turns. I'll get a few more turns, but I'll also have all the additional damage from, the masteries, getting all the masteries. Now, I don't know that they have their masteries, by the way. I know they have 6 stars, but I don't know that they have their masteries completed. So, the question is, do I leapfrog that? Because remember, we've got like 3 weeks until Clan Boss. So they're all going to be pushing as well. But it's like, just based on the scenario, like, could I get to the point where I'm performing as well as they are in Clan Boss based on the number of 60s that I have? And I think I could. I think I could probably end up, I should be able to get a 2-key Brutal. Absolutely. How much past that can we go? With this team, can we get to a 1-key Brutal? Yeah. We could get to a 1-key Brutal with what we've got. Past that, no. Right? How much are we going to get in Nightmare? I think we'd max out probably somewhere around where Cold Brew is right now. And again, this is like 3 weeks down the road. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Right? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's a team in there. Maybe the gear changes and it helps me get there. But so realistically, I think that in the 3 weeks it's going to take to get the Clan Boss, we could do okay. We could pass most of the people who are currently on the board, but these people are all going to be improving as well. Now, we're doing 2 people in Clan Boss, so I don't necessarily have to carry the team. Maybe YST carries the team. Maybe somebody else gets, 30 million in Nightmare or something. I don't think I have a great clan boss roster. I think I have an okay clan boss roster that I can make work, and I can get myself into Nightmare. That's what I think I can do. All right, now let's look at Dragon. Hades is doing 20 in a minute 29. All right, that's already done, by the way. We don't have to worry about that, right? So, but I'm not close to 20 yet. Ice Golem. Deadwood's doing 18 and 232. That's really solid. That's really solid work. I'm currently on 14, I think. And we have a week in between. I think with Fire Knight is not this week coming up, but the week after. YST is currently at 16. But so I'm not so far behind this leaderboard. I think I could push. As soon as I get Deacon to 6 stars, I think I can start pushing this. But the real issue is actually Melga. Like, if I can get Melga to 6 stars, I think I can probably walk up to like 19. I don't think it would be that hard. Maybe I'm wrong. Without a cleanser, it's a little bit tricky. Right? But I think the thing that makes this more likely to be successful is you can pull back on the damage a little bit, get Phoenix in there. I think the times when you have the block revive, your times go down because you don't have to worry about the respawns. You don't have to then waste attacks on killing those, and you can just keep nuking the boss. You can just hit the boss as hard as you want. So you kind of pull back on the damage a little bit. When you open, and then as soon as you get one of those when Phoenix kills one of the Ice Golem minions, if you can kill both, that's great. But if you can kill one of the Ice Golem minions, now you can just nuke, and so then you just turn up the damage again. So it's like, I don't know if I want to walk back the damage on the team too much, but I have damage. That's what I have. So this feels like the only thing I'm missing here is the cleanse. We know we have Sanguinea there in the background. Maybe Melga still has the kind of mini cleanse on her A1. That might be enough. That might be enough. It's hard to say. Build her and resist. Build her faster. Maybe. Fire Knight, I think. I've got multi-hitters. And I got counterattackers. I've got reflect damage. I've got all of those things. The two things I don't have that are really good is I don't really have a good heal reduction option for Fire Knight. And then I have no turn meter reduction. So I think I'm going to be moving up here, but I think I have to do it slow. I think it has to be tanky. It has to be Apothecary and Melga. Probably Deacon. Athel. And then somebody else. Maybe Sanguinea there. Right? That's going to give me plenty of hits to break the shield. It's going to give me times to get, I don't have a slow. Right? That's the problem. I don't have a slow. I don't have turn meter decrease. But I have the leech, the decreased defense, the weaken, the damage, and the survivability. I also don't have a cleanse. Sanguinea would be the cleanse. So maybe Sanguinea is a Fire Knight solution and helps me in Ice Golem as a cleanse in Ice Golem. Maybe. Spider is, I think, pretty good. I'll have to see because I haven't done Spider in a little bit. Maybe I should do some Spider today and see how far we can push with the 6-star Deacon and Mordecai and all that. I mean, again, lacking the cleanse, lacking a block debuffs, doesn't give me a lot of leeway. But I do think that there's a possibility there just because of the Mordecai as the HP burner. The thing about Spider is I think the Spider is going to be really competitive because a lot of people took Mordecai. And everybody who took Mordecai is going to be lining up to do Spider. And YST is already here at number 2. He's doing great at 17. Nobody else has really pushed this. So, maybe YST has got the inside track. Maybe you're the one to do this, YST. I don't know. You might be also great at Clan Boss, so. And Deadwood's going to be doing Clan Boss. So we want to see you guys go head to head. We got to see that. So, yeah. So right now, Ice Golem feels like the place for me, or Spider. Like those two feel, but I could be wrong. I'm not 100% sure. Not 100% sure. Let's see what you're all saying. See what you're all saying in the poll. 42% of you are saying Spider. Okay. And 33% are actually saying Fire Knight. 12% Icicle and 12% Clan Boss. I'd be interested in seeing why people think that. You just pulled Maneater. That's so nice. That makes me want to pull all my Void Shards. I feel like I should pull my Void Shards. I'm going to get a Cold Heart or a Maneater or Demitha or something. I have like 7 or 8 of them. But if in 2 weeks' time we have a Void, 2 times Void Shard event, then I'm going to be really happy that I held on to him. But that's so good. That is so good, YST. First of all, that's great for Spider. He's fantastic for Spider. Right? He's got a block debuffs buff. He's got an unkillable, which lets you tank with somebody who's kind of weak or whatever. He's got 100% turn meter reduction. He's got an AoE decrease attack. Phenomenal for Spider. Absolutely awesome for Spider. And he's Void Affinity. He works in every affinity. Such a good Spider champion. Absolutely great Spider champion. And he smacks. It's a turn meter steal. It's not even a turn meter reduction. It's a turn meter steal. So great for Spider. And then obviously for Clan Boss, can you tune him for Clan Boss? Do you have another champion to work with him? Do you have a Painkiller? Do you have any of the other block damage or unkillable champions? Maybe, even if you have a Skull Crusher, right? Do you have a Skull Crusher? Do you have any of those champions? Oh my God, YC, he's God tier Spider. He's God tier Spider. Yeah, the thing about Spider that you don't think about is obviously you get to that HP burn team. Do you know what I mean? And you're using other champions, you're just thinking about other things. But the first time I got Maneater on my main, I got him relatively early on. I want to say like 6 or 7 months in, and I hadn't really solved Spider yet, and I put him in Spider, and he just took me from 16 to 20, Well, no, that's not true. It must not have been my main account. Because my main account, I solved it with Mordecai. Must have been a second account. Must have been my other account. But yeah, he just solved Spider for me. Got me to 20 so easily. The crazy thing is if you get Painkeeper, you should put her in Spider too. If you can get the speed that you need for Clan Boss, put her in a stun set or something and put her in Spider too. Because the cooldown reduction with him would work great. It's plus the heals, plus the AoE attack. I don't know who your Spider team is, but I'm thinking Maneater, Painkeeper, Rathalos, Mordecai, and then High Katoon or something. It's that's all you need. Yeah, Painkeeper would be awesome. Honestly, if I pulled a Painkeeper, I would build her just because she's so strong. She's great sustain. She's got, the cooldown reduction. She's just good all around at this point of the game. Normally you think about her for a Clan Boss speed tune, but I'm she would do work in Doom Tower. She'd be awesome in Doom Tower for me. She'd make Doom Tower bosses a lot easier. How many shards do I have? I have 7. The champion chase is over, right? No, champion chase is still going on. I could get these shards. Where am I? I'm sitting at 36. I would need to get to 8,000 points in order to get back into the fusion game. I'm hopeful. If I can take 4th place, I'm going to get some artifacts and an epic skill tome, so that would be nice. But I should go get those shards because I could turn those into. I could at least trade them in. I should get those 50. I will. I'll get them through mystery shards. But I can at least trade those in here for a High Mother mod, right? May as well. Maneater. I'm so pumped. Dude, let's go. YSD, let's go. Let's do it. Hey son, where are you at? Are you still here? What did I do to your
I'm
stream?
still here.
What did I do to your stream here? Let's see.
Oh no, you hid me away somewhere.
Let's get you back up. That's right. You're in the new window. Good Maneater. Can't believe YST pulled Maneater. I'm freaking pumped. I am so pumped right now. That is awesome. That really gives you some flexibility because, like, if we give it, we've got 3 weeks until Clan Boss, I think, because we're doing Spider, and then Ice Golem, then Fire Knight, then Clan Boss. So it gives you 3 weeks to get your team geared for Clan Boss. The other option is like we just go Spider now, and you could do it. But like he's going to be the next champion you run up. I assume he's going to be your next 6-star. Like who do you have in mind other than him for your next 6-star? Freaky gamers just yellow them voids. You got to understand the free to play mentality. I know it's a 90-day race, but there's a chance that in 2 weeks there's a 2 times void shard event, and if that happens, and I'm sitting on a stack of 8 or 10 voids, I've got a chance to pull a Demitha, a Maneater, an Ursula, a Skrank, a Godseeker, and Neri. Like they're a Kemptum, Genbo, Skullcrown. There are champions. Eurogrim. There are champions here that could be absolutely game changing, and there's still a month to go after that. There's still 30 days past that point. So, like if I pull them today, what's my chance of pulling one of those epics? It's pretty low. It's pretty low. But if I hold on to the 2 times, it's just a better chance. It's just a better chance. Plus, I still, I couldn't build him today anyway. Like if I pulled a Maneater today, I've already committed to Deacon. Deacon is, on his way up. So I still need to get Mordecai up. Like these should probably be my next 2 6-stars. And then I still have he's not here anymore. He must be in the vault. Phoenix, so it's like if I do Phoenix. Who would be, I could pull a Sylar. Sylar would be cool. I'm trying to think of, what I really wanted this time around, I wanted an Allure. I was really hoping for an Allure. I was really hoping for, a Seeker. You know what I should do? I should have thought about this before. I didn't think about this before, but I should have thought about this before. The problem is, I don't have a block debuffs champion, and I don't have a... There is a Haikatoon Speed Tune. Maybe it's just...
Don't do what I'm about to do.
What are you about to do? Are you YOLOing?
It's just leveled my Syl all the way up with pots.
Oh.
I'm being lazy.
Nice. That's fine. Yeah, are you buying her masteries?
Oh, that's a good question. Am I buying her mastery? That sounds a lot nicer than running him, I'll tell you that.
Well, if you're leveling her up to 60, now she's at 60 without masteries.
Well, no, I just leveled her to level 50 so that I could 6-star.
Gotcha.
When's this? Wednesday. Gross.
I do actually have Mark. So there's this white whale double speed booster speed tune. that gets you to a 2-1, which is actually really nice, right? It gets you a 2-1 relatively fast. Now, I'm only getting through I'm getting like, in Brutal, I think I'm getting like 15 turns, maybe 13 turns in Brutal. But that gives you, 3 or 4 full rounds plus all the extra. And it's like, I have these champions. I have Haikatoon. I have Apothecary. You can't really see. Let me see if I can. I gotta put Sun in a different box. All right, so Haikatoon at 248, Apothecary at 225. Everybody else, these are all manageable speeds. I have the gear for these speeds. I even have Marked. Marked is the block debuffs champion, I think, right? So she goes down here. Doesn't give you a ton of coverage. It gives you some coverage for the stun. It's only a single turn. If I'm building Sanguinia anyway, I could use her right now. What does Marked do other than, I don't know what Marked does other than the block debuff buff. Decreased defense is nice. And an increased defense on all allies is nice. That's not bad. I could book her out pretty easily. So now we're talking about, 3 of the champions covered. And the remaining 2 champions would probably be Mordecai and Rathalos. And I would have to turn off Mordecai's turn meter boost. Now, this doesn't use Deacon. Maybe there's another speed tune where I can use Deacon. Let's see if I can use Deacon in a speed tune to get to a 2-1. Let's look at this. Yeah, these are all high speed, aren't they? Okay. I'm wondering, this is the only ones that are listed. I'm wondering if I could figure out like a Deacon Apothecary 2-1. YST, do you know any speed tunes like that wouldn't use the 2, so the White Whale, uses the 2 speed boosters or a speed booster and a buff extender. But what about a speed booster and a turn meter filler like Deacon? Because you have the what about this one? This one is it. Is this one it? This one is it. This one uses Haikatoon and Deacon with Demitha, but we don't need the Demitha, right? So, I mean, the Demitha would be great, but I don't have the Demitha. So this actually gets to a 3-1. This actually gets to a 3-1 with Haikatoon and Deacon. Now, Haikatoon needs to get to 309, and I'm not there yet, but I've got 3 weeks. The issue is actually the Demitha going at 310, right? But some of these can be altered so that they run at a 2-1. Sometimes you can change the 3-1s to 2-1s with just like one simple change. Some of those work that way, not all of them. But let's even go down. Let's see. There was one I was messing around with the other day that I went from a 3-1 to a 2-1 really easily. I'm trying to remember which one it was. It was one of the Demithas, because the Demithas are all 3-1s. It might have been. It might have been the Lydia one. Why am I not seeing it? All right, let me go up here. Speed tunes. It's not the Lydia White Whale. Although I should look at that one too. It's the Mythbuster. I was looking at this one. Speeds are pretty fast. I was looking at this one. I got this down to a 2-1 summon. I don't remember how. It was a really nice 2-1 too. Yeah, it's clear it was a different change. I don't know what the change was. But like like these 3 champions aren't that hard to get to that speed. To get 2 champions to 300 speed in the next 2 weeks would be tricky. Like 310 on the Demitha. That's going to be really tough. 309 on the Haikatoon. I mean, to get both of those, like I could probably get one of them. But I don't think I can get both. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Doom Priest has been so damn good. You're considering her. Yeah, Doom Priest is very good. The thing about Doom Priest, and we were talking about this earlier, is you can run Doom Priest at 50 and get a lot of value out of it. Because she doesn't need books, right? Like you're not going to get that extra damage out of like the War Master or whatever, but she can be really tanky at 50 and still do most of the job. But if you're going to run her in all those boss fights, you want to have that War Master on her, right? So it's like, yeah. Look at which one. People are calling out Spider. People are calling out Spider quite a bit. I do think I could do well in Spider. But the question is, do I do well compared to the field? Or would I be better off waiting a few weeks? Because if you think about it this way, like in 2 weeks' time, there's going to be another 2-time shard event. I don't know what it is. But let's say it's a void shard event. So I can pull my voids then. got opportunity to still get some champions there. Maybe pull a Skrank, like maybe pull a Demitha, maybe pull a Maneater, maybe pull a Painkeeper, maybe pull a Cold Heart, And it's like, so what happens? Like, that's where we're getting into clan boss. But if I have to wait 2 weeks to start putting my clan boss team together, it might be too late. Might be too late for me to like catch the feel. And where Spider's right now. Yeah, Freaky Gamer. That's the one that I was looking at. I was looking at the one that had two. Sun's back. Well, he's not, but his game is. I was looking at the one that has the two. The high the high Katoon and the apothecary. But I just built the Deacon, you know what I mean? I just took him to 6-star, so I'm like, oh man. And Deacon's going to be so valuable in Arena, is going to be so valuable against all the dungeons, against wave content. Like, he's so good everywhere. So I'm kind of figuring out, do I need to build another, do I need to build Apothecary and High Katoons and have Deacon? And what about Phoenix? And what about Sanguinia? And what about, it's like, I have to get a move on. I have to build some 6-stars. I mean, the Myth Deacon would be a compromise if I could find a way to tune it back. Right? If I could find a way to drop some of the speed requirements, that would give me a great composition. It would give me a really flexible composition. I just don't know a speed tune off the top of my head. Maybe what I should do is I should check I haven't been running the HH optimizer. Like, during this whole day, I should be running it. Son, you were supposed to remind me, man.
Sucks us up.
That's your job. You're supposed to call down from the cupboard. You're like, don't forget the optimizer. And I'll be like, why are you out of your cupboard?
Right? Get him back in there.
Why are you talking to me like a real person?
This is savage.
Listen, if you're going to be living in the cupboard, then we're going to make this work for us.
Hey, I didn't choose this, all right?
Yeah, you did. You chose it. You chose it. You created the whole thing. You created all of it. It's all been you. It's been you and you alone.
Oh.
Ouch.
Right?
Ouch.
Right?
No! Oh, well. That was a reach anyway. But that's okay. See you, Dark. Ed Son, please remind him to remember to run the optimizer. Hammerhawk. See? Hammerhawk understands.
Kind of a bummer. I'm gonna have to wait till Wednesday to get my last number of potions needed.
Right?
Ugh.
Irritating.
Yeah.
All right. Bannerlords is pretty good, right?
Tells me potions can be acquired from the shop. What does that mean? You mean like the paid shop? Oh, yeah, right. 3 superior potions. $50. That's powerful stuff. Gonna be a no-go for me, Chief.
So much to do. So much to do every day.
Yep.
Yeah, Freaky. There's the one that I was looking at is the white whale. Right? So there's two versions of this. There's one with one speed booster and a buff extender, and there's one with two speed boosters. Now, I don't have a buff extender. At least I don't think I do. I could go look. I don't think I have a buff extender, though. Actually, did I pull somebody that has a buff extender? I might have. I'll have to look. All right, so you go with the double booster, right? And you can see, you can have a, so this is, you can't. Still can't. Why can't? Why is that weirdly not fitting the screen? There we go. That's not great though. Why is that like that? Weird too. Better. Closer. All right. So yeah, so it's Apothecary at 248. I'm sorry. Icatoon at 248, Apothecary at 225. You're using the 19% speed order. And then you get 3 champions. Now the issue with this, and it's not an inconsiderable issue, is that if either the Icatoon or Apothecary gets stunned, if either of those two take the stun, then it stops working. Also, this won't work on Spirit Affinity. It won't work on Spirit Affinity. Now, the simplest way to make this work, actually, based on the setup, it wouldn't even work with Doom Priest. I was going to say you could put Doom Priest here, because Doom Priest, where Coffin Smasher is, because that's going first in every column. It would cleanse the stun and it would cleanse the slow. But you still have to get to it. And here in turn 2, you can see Coffin Smasher is going 4th. And so there would be a lot of slow there to cover. And then again here on turn 5, now you're going 5th. So that doesn't really work. So you would need a block debuffs buff. And preferably you need one for 2 turns. So, like think if we had Pythion, like we could put it up for 2 turns. Put up a cleanse, we could put up block debuffs, that kind of thing. And then all of a sudden you're handling the stun and the slow and whatever. So great. Now it's full auto, full affinity friendly, and you're getting a 2-to-1, and you just get through however many turns you get through, and then you die. But you're going at a 2-to-1 ratio. You're speed tuned. You're going to get all your debuffs out there and all that stuff. Now with what I've got no way to do that. Like I could bring Marked up, but you can see Marked doesn't really do an awesome job here. She basically is using, like, this is, I don't know if you can see my cursor. She's right here. She's using her block debuff buff, but it's only 1 turn, so it's falling off of everybody here. So most people are still going to get the slow. Right? And then she uses the A3 here, which is where the stun happens, but it doesn't cover our Apothecary or Icatoon, which means you need Apothecary, you need a Spirit Affinity DPS and a Magic Affinity DPS to be the stun target. you know, depending on the affinity of the boss. And you need to make sure, you know, these two champions don't ever pull the stun. So now you're running marked plus those other 2 damage dealers, you know. Now I have a magic affinity damage dealer. I have Athel. You know, and Athel's tanky enough to tank some stuns, but then I'm losing her, you know, damage. She's my hardest hitting champion. So, you know, the way to make this work would be to find a champion that has a 2-turn block debuffs. And there are plenty of champions that have a 2-turn block debuffs, but you know, it'd have to be on a 3-turn cooldown, which is rare. Or you need a buff extender. And if you had the buff extender, you wouldn't use this tune, you'd use the other version of the tune. Like you come back to the white wheel and you'd use the buff extender, right? You would do this. Now this would actually work better because here when you put up the block debuffs, you know, you have the buff extender, which is Sandlash Survivor, and she would extend the buffs, and that should give you coverage. So here what you're getting is Mark just putting up the buff, the block debuffs buff, and Sandlash Survivor's instantly extending it, and that's what's preventing the stun. But you're still not getting coverage for the slow. So you can't run it in Spirit Affinity. Right? Now this says all affinities, but let's see what it says about speed. See what it says about Spirit Affinity. To be affinity friendly, we'll need a cleanser, such as Doom Priest. Debuff blocker can block either stun or affinity buffs, but not both. Yeah, so that's what we were seeing, right? Like you could do... You know, Mark could cover one or the other until Doom Priest gets up to speed and is doing both. So Mark literally just gets you to turn 5. And then turn 5 would be Doom Priest in that spot. And then Doom Priest has you covered from turn 5. But then why bring Marked, right? Marked is only getting you to turn 5. It's making it full affinity friendly and full auto. But Marked is not a good not a great champion. She's bringing a decreased defense. So she's bringing something. But she doesn't like hit hard. You know, it's not like we're going to get a ton of damage out of there. You'd have to put her in a toxic set, and it's like it's very budget. It's really budget. This is super budget. You know, when you think about it, it's a free champion, and then, you know, 2 other rares. I mean, Frozen Banshee doesn't have to be Frozen Banshee. Frozen Banshee could be any damage dealer. But you're running High Katoon and, you know, I mean, the one with the Apothecary is also budget, right? And again, same thing here, you know, with Doom Priest. You could set this up where Marked could get you to Doom Priest and Doom Priest would take you home. In this case, it would be on turn 6, not turn 5. The interesting thing would be if you could run the green bar as Doom Priest instead of... That would be interesting. Or maybe we could tweak the speeds a little bit and see what happens. But the reason I'm saying it'd be interesting if you could run the green bar is because if you can cleanse on the second turn and that would be enough, right? Like here on the third column, sometimes you don't have to cleanse everybody's decreased speed. You know what I mean? If you just cleanse most of them, like, so it could be that Coffin Smasher, like, his speed range may be large enough that you can actually let him take the slow. And then Frozen Banshee would be, you know, Doom Priest, and that would clear everybody else. And then all you would have to worry about is Coffin Smasher getting stunned, and either he's a DPS and you don't care, or you just make sure that's like a void affinity champion and you have all the other affinities covered or something, you know, just make sure that that's a person who won't be targeted. And that would be interesting because then as long as Apothecary doesn't take the stun here on turn 3, it could work. Right? Because Frozen Banshee would cleanse up here for the slow. and then cleanse down here. And if Coffin Smasher takes the stun, we don't care. But if Apothecary does, it's a problem. So this could be Athel. And then Frozen Banshee cleanses here and then everywhere. And then it works. You might also be able to mess around with the speeds to get it to work. But this is a manageable speed tune. You know, like I could get here. The question is just Spirit Affinity, really. Because in any of the other affinities, you can always just direct the stun if you have to. You know, you can give Apothecary... what's the mastery? I forget the name of the mastery. Why do I always forget the name of the mastery? In fact, I think he already has it. Yeah, he has it. So you give him Steadfast. Steadfast means he's less likely to be the target anyway, right? It's going to go to the other Magic Affinity champion. So as long as you have a second Magic Affinity champion that doesn't have Steadfast, it's going to go there instead. But Steadfast counts as like a buff that the clan boss avoid. And so I have Athel who doesn't have it. And so she's just likely to take the stun regardless of where she is in the turn order. Or the team order, rather, not turn order. That'd be kind of interesting. Could be kind of interesting. What happens if we add... There's a tune in there somewhere. You can see pieces of it coming together. Yeah, there's a tune in there somewhere. I mean, a lot of trial and error might find me something. Might be able to mess around with that. You know, I think we'd have to drop the speeds of everybody. Like this guy might have to be like down at like 150 or something. You know, and then drop this one in the, like the 180s. There's a tune there somewhere. And it keeps popping back around. Yeah, it's close. There's something. That's swapping back and forth now, right? It's there. It's there. It's there. 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 This one is cycling. That's interesting. It's close. I don't know. Anyway, I can mess around with that a lot off stream rather than make you guys just watch me click buttons. Sorry about that. Whoops. All right. What did we want to do? What were we trying to do? We were trying to do something. We're trying to push. Trying to push the Doom Tower. I'm wondering if there's any gearing available to me now. I still need a 6-star my Rathalos, but again, I don't really have a banner that's gonna do much. It does have some speed. That's gonna make him faster than Mordecai, which we don't want to do here. This would be a little bit of an upgrade, I think. Potentially. Let's see if we land into accuracy at all. Double accuracy. Gonna get us 15 more accuracy. So what do we lose? We lose a little bit of resistance and a little bit of attack. We gain defense, HP, and accuracy. All of those things that we want. So let's go ahead and equip that. And we'll pull that off. I don't think we have any new perception gear that's good. That's kind of an interesting. All 4-star gear. I could still glyph Athel. I wonder if there's. I could get her faster here too. I think I have a. I think I have a 5-star lifesteal speed boot. That's actually and that would get her 28 additional accuracy, 5 speed, a little bit more crit damage. We lose a little bit of survivability there because this has HP. More crit damage is good. But let's see for a second. Let's see if we can get. Maybe we can get her out of the crit rate pieces. Carrying 9 speed there. I don't want to lose the speed, right? So I want to try to pick up accuracy. That's an interesting option. That could be a really interesting option. Let me move my camera. All right, so now we're talking about still get the crit rate, but lose the crit rate from the crit rate set. Now we're carrying 108% crit rate. See, so I can lose 8% crit rate. This would give me additional accuracy. Potentially, I might not get more speed. I might get less speed. Depends, but we could do that. And then we would be looking for a piece in retaliation. That's not a bad piece. It's not a bad piece. Lose speed off of that, I think. Now I can give away 8% crit rate. That's what I'm giving away here. This is giving away 5% crit rate, picking up crit damage and resistance. This would be giving away that and potentially getting me... I mean, it's a 5-star piece instead of a 4-star piece. So I would get defense on it. And I'd probably end up with the same speed, but I don't know what the other substats would be. So I could do that. And then what I would need is a chess piece in lifesteal. I don't have any good chess pieces in lifesteal, I don't think. Yeah, I think she's got the best. I think she's got the best piece on. Rathalos has this one, which is bad. Oh, I can't give away the 8% crit. No, I did. I did already. I can't give away the 8% crit because I'm losing 12% from the set. I actually have to pick up 4% in crit rate. So this would do that. But then what would I do with Rathalos, right? Like, where would I put him? I mean, retaliation on Athel would be really nice, especially on clan boss, right? Get more counterattacks, get more weakens out, get more Giant Slayer procs, be good against bosses. She's also in lifesteal. It would help her survive because anytime she counterattacks, she's going to heal herself up more. So I like the idea of it. I mean, she's currently in a 4-star set. So I could stay there. You know, I don't have to upgrade that piece. But let's see if there is... I mean, there was also this, right? But that's where I start losing the speed. No crit rate speed set. That. But then if I'm using speed, I'm not using retaliation. Now that could also work. Speed could also work. Not bad. You can do this instead. Take this off. Go for crit rate. Try this. Try this one on. And do that instead. At which point, you know, we'll get the crit rate back, right? Because this gives 50% crit rate. So 26 gives us 98. All right. 98. So we're actually too shy. We're actually too shy. I don't want to be at 98% crit rate. That's annoying. This would give us accuracy. And then we could look for another chess piece. And then we do that. What would that get us to? 86. We would have, yeah, that wouldn't be enough. I was thinking if we rolled here, and we're going to lose speed. I mean, we'll get a speed roll back on this. Yeah, I'm in a tricky spot with her. I don't really know what to do with her right now. Because, you know, Rathalos is important. So I don't want to, like, take his gear away from him and give it to her, but, you know, is it worth taking her gear away and giving it to him? I need an upgrade chest plate. I need lifesteal. I need lifesteal. I got very little lifesteal. I farmed all that dragon. I got a bunch of speed. And some of it's okay, actually. It's not like all bad stuff, but like this was nice. These boots were nice. This one has more crit rate though, unfortunately. What's he at currently? He's at 104. So what would this give him? More HP, more defense, a little bit less attack, and I lose crit damage. So that, you know, that's not an improvement. Crit damage gauntlets would be really nice if I could get them onto somebody, but I am too far away from that. I think I'm too far away from that. Now that I'm thinking about it, I might not be too far away from that. Let's check that out. Let's see if we can do that. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to do speed with subset crit rate. And we can do equip. We really only care about 2 sets right now. We care about these 2 sets. That's 4%. That's 8%. Crit rate. This is 6%. This is 5%. So this would be the one. We would lose 5 speed going down that way. But let's see if we did that. And then now let's talk about attack percentage, chest piece with crit rate. 4%, 4%. All right, so that's already the best chest piece. Where's Athel's? Why is hers not here? It doesn't have any crit rate on it. Okay. All right. So then we go up to these 3 pieces. And we need 6%, 9%, 5%, 15% on that one. $11% there. That really the best we can do? We can get to 72%. We boost our crit damage all the way up to 166. I mean, we could roll this one again, see if we get a triple roll on a crit rate. Nope. Yeah, even a crit rate set wouldn't get us there. What I need to do, what I should be doing, what I should be doing really, is I should be forging, or I should be going after this stuff right now. That's what I should be doing. I've got some. Right, I've got some. This would help. But unfortunately, I can only do 3 and 4 star pieces. I have been going for this. I got so much of this stuff. But what I really should have been doing is going for this. And I thought about it and I kind of switched up the other day. And it's like, I think I'll do that again today, probably. So the question is, can we improve our position at all before we go back in there? This is the one thing I was curious about. Let's see. This piece. So that's good all the way around. That does nothing bad, right? What do we lose? We lose a little bit of attack and a little bit of HP. We gain 5 speed, we gain 4% crit damage, and we gain 28% or 28 points of accuracy. I think that accuracy is important. I don't know. I don't want to lose any of the defenses, you know? I don't want to lose any of the attack. I don't know that that's a clear upgrade. Apothecary and Relentless is kind of a funny idea. I've never done that before. That'd be fun. I don't have any clear upgrades. Maybe. No. Yeah. I mean, Laura of Steel is only going to give me a little bit on her right now because of the Immortal set. Only give me a little bit of HP. But I might move her out of this. You know, I might move her out of regeneration. Might move her into speed. Because she's slow. At 170, she's slow compared to the rest of my team. Could put her in a shield set, too. That'd be more for arena than clan boss. Could look to toxic. I could get some damage out of toxic. I don't have any HP burner. Who would be the most likely toxic champion? Mordecai. Mordecai, who's got the HP burns. I don't really have enough speed on this for the most part. Athel and toxic would be kind of interesting. All right. Okay, let's do a little bit of a campaign. Let's get our faction crypt champions in here. And get Thenasil in there, and all right, we'll get a few levels on Deacon while we're at it. All right, let's go check chat. Sorry, let's bring Sun back again. Sun, where you been, man?
Is me.
Diggy Diggs, first time here. Hello, welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for coming. Yeah, Freaky. I think there's a speed tune out there I could do. There's definitely a speed tune. I mean, I could tune Apothecary and Deacon Armstrong. With two of those champions or all three of those champions, there should be a speed tune that's quite nice. There should be. But I'm gonna have to go digging for it. I'm fixing my own clan boss team. I'm trying to figure out my clan boss team. You've got a mid-game account that hits for 40 plus mil. Good. That's great. Would love to tweak it in the tool there to see what the difference might be when not speed tuned. Yeah, one of the interesting things about like the speed tune calculator, the clan boss calculator, is that like you can find speed tunes with the same team that do considerably different amounts of damage. Like you can go from slightly untuned to totally tuned and get double your damage. It happens all the time. I did a whole video on it. It was a very long video. I watched it recently. I was like, wow, that was like 20 minutes longer than it needed to be. But my videos are long. Hey, Colred, easy question here. What stats does an account gain per level? Do you ever gain anything per account level? You gain nothing.
You gain an account level.
Not in terms of stats. You gain max energy. Right? So the 118 that I have here, that will go up to 130 over time. So I think you max out at, is it level 70? It might be even before that. It might be level 60. Yeah, I think it's before 70. It might be 60 or 65 or something. I don't know. But you hit 130 max energy. And that's really the only difference in like your, your ability to succeed at something. You'll also unlock all of the various areas, so you unlock, just like you unlock buildings in your, bastion, you unlock, Doom Tower, you unlock Centrionos, stuff like that. But you don't actually get anything. You get those progression rewards every 5 account levels or whatever it is. Those are so funny. Other games, like, every time you level, they give you stuff, and it's always good stuff. And like, it takes forever to level in this game, and they give you totally awful rewards for leveling. But keep forgetting to do this. I haven't done this all day. I haven't done my main account all day. I need to start working on that. There's a lot going on. It's also finally getting cold in here again. I was looking for my sweatshirt. I don't know where I put my sweatshirt. Son, I'm gonna go get my sweatshirt. Oh, hey, why are you not there? Oh, I know why you're not there. You know why? Because you're in a special new box. So let's go ahead and figure out your new box.
Thanks.
Yeah, we want to add. There you are. We got you. All right, so we can turn that off. Don't need that. Get you squared away. Please excuse us when we renovate our live stream. We're sorry for the inconvenience. We thank you for your understanding. There we go. You're a little bit shorter in this version for some reason.
Probably because I'm chilling. I'm big
Chilling.
chilling.
Maybe I need to get the borders in a little bit. What have you been working on today?
Well, I built my sill. Once I get her to 6 stars, she should be doing all right.
Nice.
And I'm thinking about my Fire Knight team and trying to decide what I want to do with them. I just haven't quite made up my mind. I'm thinking it's going to be Royal Guard, Zenogre, Ruella, Sill, and Armor.
Good idea. I like that.
Yeah, I don't know. Still kind of unsure how to feel about it.
So you've got her in Relentless.
Yeah, I thought that'd be fun. I love Relentless.
Relentless is great. Relentless is awesome.
Yeah, she'll end up having like 4,000 plus defense or something when she's
Yeah.
fully built, I think.
Nice.
She'll be pretty tanky.
How fast is she?
Once I get my amulet and everything, she should be. It's probably around like 220.
All right. Solid. 220 in Relentless. Not too bad.
Yeah.
I mean, what'll happen there, is obviously you still got a glyph and I'll do all that stuff, but you'll get to a point where that's not fast enough as a base speed, because forget the extra turns. The extra turns are nice, but like if you're not going first, you know what I mean? That matters. So there may come a point where hopefully you can get an upgrade to your Relentless, Relentless piece. You get a nice triple speed or something, and then you can get her up to like 245, 250, and that's where she'll live with the Relentless, which would be awesome. Otherwise, you think about getting her into some perception, maybe. But she also needs she also needs the accuracy to land her debuffs. Like when you get to the top of Doom Tower, it can be tricky. But you still have stuff like accuracy buffs and accuracy auras. So there are other ways to get the stats that you maybe need. You just have to think about if you want to keep her in the Relentless set long term, you're going to have to build comps around her that supplement stats, because that's the thing about Relentless that I always suffer from. Like I can usually get like 2 of the stats I need, but I can't get 3 or 4. Like I can get the speed, but I can't get the speed and the accuracy and the crit rate, or it's like there's always something, because you're just giving away that bonus. Like when you think about, you could get 24% additional speed from 2 speed sets, just from the bonuses, and then you're like, oh yeah, that's why. But the extra turns, like the cooldown reduction is the benefit, right? Having that, like, you go again, and with her, she procs her passive again, and then you get back to that stun faster. It's like, yeah, it can be so powerful.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm hoping for. So,
hey, Ephemeral just showed up. Hey, Ephemeral. Yeah, that count level gets you nothing there. Count level gets you nothing. Just max energy. That's the only thing you get. Why is your screen still? I want it to be perfectly sized in the window, but I can't do it. Can't get it there. Don't know why. That's as good as it's gonna get. But like, there's a little tiny black bar there that I was trying to get rid of, I can't get rid of it. And like I'm sitting in front of it. Dipping my finger with it. Okay. I gotta go get my Switch. I'm getting chilly. I'll be right back.
All right. Let's go to everybody. We're back again. We're free from under the stairs. He's always listening, though. He's listening right now. Don't tell him the plans. I'll never know. Hey, what's up, freaky? Back to the sun stream for a little bit. We got our few moments of sunshine here and there. Alex, and I've been blinking in Morse code since the stream started. I've been sending SOS all day long. It is normal. It is Sunday. There you go. The clan boss is doing pretty good. I don't know if it's the new blessings, because I haven't really looked into that and changed them. But they're hitting harder on average now, so now I'm generally averaging about 30 million a key on Ultra Nightmare. So if I can just get squeeze a couple more million out there, it'll be a 2 key, and that's on Void. Every other affinity, I would otherwise have a 2 key. We just don't drop it down early enough. Did Cole change his hair routine? He looks different. I don't know what it is. That's a great question. Yeah, it's not too bad. It could be better, but it's not too bad. I know, Bandit. I will take you outside after Cole gets back. You were trying to make an appearance. Come here. Oh, dear God, dog. Say hello, Bandit. Hi, Bandit. Okay, say bye-bye, Bandit. Bye, Bandit. Yes, he's a good boy. I have to wait till tomorrow, then I'll have my Drexstar. Is that going to be too late? The champion chase thingy? Probably is, isn't it? What did you guys think about my my Fire Knight team, by the way? Hi and bye, Bandit. Hi and bye, Bandit. You come here. You can go to bed. Yeah. Go to bed till later. Then I will take you out. Royal Guard, Sinogre, Ruella, Syl, and Armor. It'll be plenty of hits, that's for sure. My main concern is the waves. I just don't think that. I mean, Syl has a chance to stun. That can help. But I don't think it's going to be enough to really handle them. It's all single target damage, so they're going to have problems burning through the waves. It's the only thing I don't like about it. I mean, Royal Guard has an AoE, but it's the only one. It's not great. So I'm not sure what to do with that one. But at least we do have the Sill built. We have Armiger. I know we're going to take Gruella in there, so. What's up with Edge? How far are my faction wars? Um, Good question. I think generally that's a pretty good amount of crit rate. Generally speaking, I'm past the second boss on most of the factions. There's a few here or there that I'm not there yet. One being Barbarian. So now that I've got my Sill, that's going to help a whole lot there. Oh, that went the opposite direction. But yeah, once you get past that second boss, I mean, they're all starting to push towards like stage 18, stage 19, and then there's the rare few that I haven't been able to get past the second stage yet, second boss. Outside of that, the account is doing pretty well. You know, I've got stage 25 of pretty much every dungeon cleared except for Fire Knight, which is why I want to try to build a Fire Knight team. I've got Hydra 1 key, that's all set for normal. I want to go for perception here. I don't have much perception. I'm kind of surprised. I think I'm going to take this one's gear. Oh, she's not wearing perception boots? It works. Hmm. Put a blood shield ring on her for funsies? I like it. Mm, I'm hoping to hit attack there. Attack? Nope, everything but attack. Okay. Yeah, we'll try that on then. Oh, actually, maybe I don't end up needing. anything but speed? Really? Come on. Damn, that's brutal. Damn. I mean, I guess it's still nice. I don't really have any other good options for her, but I don't need her in. I don't need her in more that much perception then, though. So we can trade away accuracy. Don't really care that much about. Don't. Okay. Yeah, Fire Knight seems like one of the harder dungeons. Yeah, I mean, there's. It's funny. It's because there's not actually any reason for me to want to push Fire Knight. Once you can do stage 20, I think you're kind of in the clear. Um, but it is nice just to say that I've cleared all of them. That's that's really what it's about. That's all it is. Pretty sure I don't have any good chess pieces here. Did I clear Iron Twins level 15? No, I have not. I believe I'm on stage 10. I need to minimize my gear before I scroll through this. Holy moly. That is toxic. Look, going through that much gear. Man, this doesn't seem that bad. Watch it hit crit rate again. No. Okay. It's really kind of the last thing I would have otherwise wanted it to hit. Yeah, that's good enough. Yeah, let me actually check on Iron Twins. Where are we? Yep, stage 10. I do not believe my team has it in them. Don't even know why this is the team that I have, to be honest. I think they were just trying to survive through. Seems kind of odd for me to have Anchorite and Apothecary. So I must have been trying something. Do we put in the new sale? That might be kind of interesting. We've got all the energy in the world, so let's give it a shot. Let's just see what happens. He goes fast. Okay. Deep squat, says Great Dane. Amen. I never thought that I would get Syl the Drakes, and the very first thing I'd use her in was Iron Twins. Something about that doesn't seem quite right, but we'll take it. That was a weird graphic. What is with the black tubes everywhere? Is everybody else seeing that too? When he does the rockets? Right there. Huh. Okay.
Iron Twins. That's going to be good with
Yeah,
Syl.
somebody asked about it. So I figured I'd try it.
So what's really important with Syl in this fight is you need her to land her slow on her A1. I think she's got a 50% chance. But you need the accuracy, you know?
Yeah.
So you need to push that. Do you have her masteries yet? Or are you, like, did you buy them or are you going to grind them? No.
Is a Lego book worth summoning the fusion and pulling a sacred shard?
Is a Lego book
Oh,
worth what?
correct me. Is a Lego book worth summoning the fusion and pulling a sacred shard?
Oh, meaning in the champion chase, you can get a Lego book, but you need to summon the fusion champ and pull the sacred shard.
Yeah. Yeah, somebody asked in the chat.
Yeah, John Hodgson. So the CVC just ended. So you'll be waiting until next Tuesday. So you'll be waiting 9 days to summon the champion. So the question is, does this fusion help you? If it helps your account in terms of progression, if you have a use for her already in mind, if you know that she's going to be valuable to you, then you get 9 days of using her before the CVC. You know, Lego books are extremely valuable. And I would say, you know, potentially the sacred shard is worth it. You know, the question is whether summoning the fusion is worth it. Now, the fusion is worth 500 points. Like, do you have a 10 pull of ancients that you could buy? Could you buy, 11 pack of ancients? Because the 2 times is still going on, And that might get you there. You know, if you pull 3 epics on 11 shards, which you could do, you could be there already. Or you could potentially do the 11 pull, maybe get 2 epics or even just 1 epic, then pull the sacred shard and not have to use the fusion, you know? So you're 700 points away. So that's 3 epics. If you hit on 2 epics, if you do a 10 pull, you do an 11 pull and you hit on 2 epics, you're also going to get 580 points, right? 590 points. And then you could just pull not 11 mystery shards, 110 mystery shards. That's what I would actually suggest. If you have the gems, if you have 900 gems, that's what I would do.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say that's fair. Yeah, I mean, trading away 900 gems for a Lego book plus all the other stuff that you get with it.
Yeah. I mean, worst case scenario, you know, you don't get it and you still have to pull the sacred shard. You know, I mean, you could end up doing that, but it's a 2 times event, so you're pretty good shot there at two epics. Might not happen. I got blue taxed freaking 4 times in 8 tries. So it's like, you know, it could go the other way and you could still have to pull. But if it works for you, that's the most efficient use of those resources.
Exactly. All right. I gotta take Bennett out at some point here shortly.
Okay.
But I don't know. Are you keeping it going for a little while longer, or what's the plan?
Yeah, I'm in. Tag me in, coach.
I mean, as in it's coming up on 5.
I got nowhere to be. You got somewhere to be. That's okay. I have in my mind, I have a little bit of a, like, I thought I was going to be done earlier, you know, but we started an hour late and I'm kind of like, why not just keep it going? Maybe we'll get to 6 o'clock and we can raid YST.
There you go. All right, let me go take this Doge out. I think it's finally stopped raining, so I want to take advantage of it.
Okay.
All right, I'll be back.
All right. So we're going to switch over to my account here. You did that and you got Alsgore? Congrats. So did you made the points? I mean, that's 500 points. That'd be 500 and that'd be 600 points. And then you could just pull 100 mystery shards and you should be there. If you got an epic, then you're already there. Alsgore's nice. I mean, he gives you a chance at an unkillable clan boss team if you don't have it already. Block damage buff on all allies for 2 turns on a 4-turn cooldown. It's the same as Helikath and same as Roshguard the Tower. And so any unkillable clan boss speed tune that uses Helikath or Roshguard the Tower, you can now use Alsgore Crimson One. I think also Sir Nicholas. His is an unkillable for 2 turns on a 4-turn cooldown, but it's the same thing. Doesn't matter if it's unkillable or a block damage, right? So also anything that uses Sir Nicholas. Alsgore's a great. I mean, he's not a god tier champion, but he's one of the very few champions that can get you the unkillable. Unfortunately, I mean, he doesn't really bring much else, but he does have this buff removal. I mean, that's not going to help you in an unkillable. It's like, he's got heals. 40% chance of increasing duration 2 random debuffs on the target champion by 1 turn. And that's actually 60% chance. Okay, so that's good. That's valuable. Right? Increases debuffs. Debuff durations. That's good. So he brings something. The thing about Helicat that's so nice is he brings that A1 weaken. So it's just like, oh, yeah, he does 2 jobs. It's so good. It's so good. Yeah, 1,000 points there. What do I need? 7,000 points. I think I got some energy sitting here that I haven't taken all day. No, I thought I didn't take it. I guess I did. Hmm. I don't know how many 2-star champions. I need to start running some of those up. I need Doom Tower, Faction Wars, Glyphs. I need his energy. DJ No Need, question for you. I got an endgame account running Fire Knight Hard 6, have the champs to go to 10, but I don't know if I got the gear. But I pulled a 6-star stole for Stag Knight that's in my Hard 6 team, wondering if I should use Crushing Rend or Phantom Touch. I have no issues getting the shield down on 6, but I don't know about 10, and if Stag Knight would be even in that team. Stag Knight is probably not in that team. There's a chance he could be. He's got a double hitter on the A1 with his chances slow. So that's let me just double check. I'm pretty sure that Fire Knight hard mode is susceptible to slow. Pretty sure he is. I'm almost 100% sure he is. So a double hitter is not great, but it's not bad. Now, the number of shields you get when you get there is ridiculously high. Let me pull up my Fire Knight. I'm on my phone here, so I'm going to pull up my Fire Knight 10 team. And honestly, I don't remember all of the details, but let me pull up my Fire Knight 10 team. I don't have a Fire Knight 10 team. That's right. I was working on it. I'm trying to remember how many shields he has at stage 10. Does anybody remember how many shields Fire Knight has at stage 10? Because I don't. Now there is I do that, right? I start a sentence and I just freeze in the middle. There is what Colred? Spit it out. There's some information on L80s.com. Right, again, go into that raid stages tool, but I don't think it actually tells us the number of shield stacks. Okay, but it does tell us the speed. It's 250 speed, right? So that's the thing. Like, you need to get the hits to break the shield. You need to have, hopefully, either the damage to one-shot the boss or the freezes to reduce the turn meter. You need the accuracy, which is really high. You need 345 accuracy. So you need 350 accuracy. And then you need to be fast enough that a 250 speed boss doesn't outrun you. It's not easy. So how does Stagnite do there? His base speed is decent, right? He's like 107 speed or something. So he's fast. He's got the slow, which can help you in terms of giving you chances to get around to your freezes. The 2 hits isn't really enough, but you could have enough hits in your comp where 2 hits doesn't hurt you too much, right? Like, I run a Yukarl, and I think Yukarl's A1 is a double hitter. It's also the freeze, but it is a double hitter, and you have to break the shield before the freezes work. So having like one champion that has a double hit or something like that, not a huge deal. It also depends. Are you bringing an ally attacker? And which ally attacker are you bringing? Because if you're bringing Ferric in the Fat, you're giving away an attack because he doesn't attack. Whereas if you're bringing Lady Mikage, you're not giving it away, right? If you're bringing Lanathril, you're not giving it away. So having a 6-star blessing on Stagnite is going to be great for Centranos. You know, you'll find places to use them in Centranos. If you're relying on the Phantom Touch as an extra hit to break the Fire Knight's shield, then because you have a 6-star blessing, you get that extra hit, right? I think it's 100% 6-star blessing of Phantom Touch. So you've basically turned your your 2-hitter into a triple hitter. What am I doing here? So this is 100% chance of inflicting bonus damage. So you always get you basically turned him into a 3-hitter. He's certainly fast enough, right? Like, he's certainly fast enough. At 107. And he's got the slow. Now, if you have Yukarl, which you can get for free, right? Yukarl also has the slow. So, 100% chance of placing decreased speed. And this also has a freeze, so this will decrease turn meter. Now, his A1's a double hit. Double chance to freeze. If you don't have Yukarl yet, now, wait. One other thing. Let's check. Stage 10. Stagnite Spirit Affinity. Stage 10 is Void Affinity, but on your way up, stage 7 is going to be a problem, right? So if you can get past stage 7, like, you won't land your slow, you may not land your slow on stage 7, right? But you should do pretty well. The other thing is, what's his land rate on the slow? I think it's 75%. It's two shots at 50% is his slow. 50%, 2 times each hit. So 75% of the time you're going to land the slow, whereas Yukarl has a 100% chance to land. Right, books to 100% chance. So here's my thought. I think if you don't have Yukarl yet, get the Phantom Touch. It'll give you a triple hitter. It'll give you a good chance of a slow. You can push the boss higher. You know, push the stages further. See where you start to maybe run out of gas. And eventually you're going to swap in Yukarl because he's better for the fight. a Stagnite with a 6-star blessing is phenomenal. And you can leave them with Phantom Touch, or you could, if you wanted to go Cruelty, you could go Cruelty. Or other blessings you could use. I don't think there's a wrong answer, I guess, is what I'm saying. I guess that's what I'm saying. You need to hit the speed and the accuracy. So if you can get to 345 accuracy, if you can get to 350 accuracy and get to, either get to 250 speed or get a setup where you get turn meter fill somewhere along the line by somebody. Or a speed boost. Now, it could just be your speed aura. You don't have to get them to 250 in your build. You could get them to 230 and have a 20% speed aura, and that gets you to your 250, So, or whatever. You got a 19% speed aura, you run them at 235, and you're good. Hello from North Idaho. Hello from New England. Terry, good to see you. It is cold here. It is cold in New England. That blessing that's been reworked helps with the shield. Yeah, the reflect damage, but you don't want to get hit by the boss. In hard mode, you really don't want to get hit by the boss. You can survive one hit sometimes, depending on your team composition, but you really don't want to get hit by the boss. That's not something you want to rely on too much, I don't think. Oh, look at this. I took 9th place here. I got 150 energy just sitting there. There we go. Let's grab that. I got a bunch of energy. We'll do this a few more times. I want to get these. I want to get a couple of these champions a little bit higher up, so I can use them in faction crypts today. See if I can get some additional stars. Stars are always good.
That they are, my friend.
Yes. Now, Sun on the other hand. Sun is a dangerous foe.
Yeah. As long as you know it.
Looks all warm and welcoming. And then stabs you in the back. Burns you. Burns you when you're not looking.
Darn right.
All right. How's it going with Doom Tower? I'm close. I'm really close to beating the Griffin. And then I could push, more. So I should do that now because it's 5 o'clock. So I've only got 2 hours. I still have to do faction crypts as well. I don't want to get stuck in Doom Tower and forget, but it's going all right. So I'm at floor 50. I think I can get through. I think I could get through enough floors to get another shard. I think. Let me just double check that. I think there's a shard at floor 70, right? So 60. There's a void shard here at 70. I want to get that. That's important. I would love to get to 90, but I don't have time. So I need to try to get through here. Let's actually do that right now. Let's just try. Okay, so this. Son, are you back?
Oh, me? Why, I never.
There he is. One of the sort of low-key, underrated parts of Deacon's kit is that turn meter decrease. It's so clutch. And especially in wave content. It's like 15% turn meter decrease can sometimes just prevent you from getting hit at all. Or let you get around to like your next cycle so you can get up, more skills. That was good insight there, son. Thanks.
What
just like,
happened? I'm sorry.
There's nothing. I'm just looking at gear.
Yep, I'm zoned out over here. I'm gearing it up.
I feel like that's been a theme recently. And I don't know if it's just the droning sound of my voice or you're just in a interesting head place this month. Headspace.
Yeah. That's been me.
Been a little bit spacey this month.
Yep. I have.
All right, so we're coming in here with full health. So. I got to remember not to use my turn meter fill skills. I also don't really want to use turn meter decrease, but I don't have a choice with that a little bit. So I have Evil Eye or whatever it is on my A1 here on Athel. But I could avoid it right now. I don't have to do it this second. I could just do this. All right. So removes buffs from enemies. Okay, so now we can place buffs on ourselves. That's a nice hit. Yeah, that's the turn meter reduction I was talking about. Couldn't avoid it. Ouch. I wanted to get the HP burn out there and get the weaken out there maybe now. Nope, I missed. Do that. All right, so now we got the weaken out. He's stacking up. Fortunately, it's hard to avoid putting out debuffs. If I land the weaken here, I'm dead. So I could be dead in it. Yeah, there goes. All right, so we should get. We really haven't landed our weakens today. That's annoying. All right, let's see. Let's try it again. So I'm kind of wondering if Apothecary might be better than Deacon. Not because of the speed boost, because I don't want to use a turn meter fill. but because of the heal.
Not even gonna get close.
Slay that Griffin, says YST. Yeah, I hope so. Be nice if we could do it. But the other issue is the A1, right? The A1 has a chance to decrease target's turn meter. All right, so the first thing he's going to do is remove all buffs, right? Then he removes the debuffs. Usually, I think that's how it goes. So let me just open with. So that's unfortunate, right? He's going to hit us with the weaken now. Oh no, he removed all buffs. Now he would do it. Okay. So now we don't want to place the HP burn. Good. It's a good thing we didn't land our decreased defense there. Useful. And that's awful. That's exactly what I was trying to avoid. Didn't want to land it there because now I can't land my HP burn. That's really irritating. Okay. But we can land the weaken, hopefully. Come on, land. I don't know what's going on with her weaken right now. Does she just not have the accuracy? Because I increased her accuracy, but she's just not landing. There it goes. Now we get the HP burn there. Okay. But now the question is, can Rathalos hit hard enough over the next couple of turns with that HP burn? I really want to land a decreased defense. Did not land it. About to remove buffs, right? No, about to transfer debuffs. Okay. I think I really just need the buffs and debuffs to line up. I need the weaken and decreased defense out there on the same turn with the HP burn up, and then I can use the A2, and then it would, nuke a huge chunk of the boss's health. But unfortunately, Rathalos is weak affinity, and Athel has not been landing her skills. And she's not going to carry it halfway. Okay. Let's try something. Let's try something. Let's do this instead. I know turn meter is like problematic here, but I think we might be able to do something. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. We shall have to see. Yeah, that's what I was hoping. All right, again, we're coming in with full health, but I think we have the HP burn up now. So here's the thing. We could change the boss's turn order. So he typically removes all buffs. Or we could wait and then boost ourselves. He's going to remove our buffs. Then he's going to remove the debuff, right? Nah, I wish I had held the A2. But this is where I could get the most out of the speed boost. Ouch. All right. Then, yeah. I was thinking 5 champions at 15% is 75%, but he actually got a complete full bar, and it almost felt like an extra turn. I wonder if a guardian set would be better. I mean, I have plenty of materials to forge guardian set. I should also maybe forge my Rathalos piece. This would be, I wonder if this procs, I wonder if the 4-piece set bonus procs the passive of the Griffin. Probably does. Is there anything I can switch up, or is it just going to be RNG all the way? Let's see about, you know what? I think Melga has a, Melga can get a mastery. Which mastery can we get? Cycle of Magic. I've got 8 epic tomes and a legendary tome. So let's use the legendary tome. Okay, A1 damage. Nice. That's not bad. Whatever. Let's use the 8 epic tome. Ouch. That's pretty awful. That was pretty awful. Literally couldn't be worse. Hope we get into the A3. That'd be nice. Nope. Missed the A3 entirely. Literally the worst setup we could have done. Get a slightly increased chance of decreased defense. We do now have our best leech chance. Got more damage there. Send him again. Maybe we can get him the 5 stars at least. Get him the 5 stars? Nope. Void keep today. Okay. We're going to run a little more Minotaur. Maybe we'll get another level or 2 on him. Maybe we can get somebody else another mastery, Melga or Deacon another mastery. I mean, we're close, you know, it's like I could probably run it 20, 30 times and, you know, maybe I'd get it. but every little bit's going to help. So this is what we're going to do. I'm tempted to do that switch with Athel, make her a little faster, but I don't know that it's going to translate into any kind of state change. You know, it's like, could just be the exact same thing, except she's got less attack. So I don't know that 5 extra speed is worth it. I could glyph. And I probably should glyph a little bit. I think I have to do that for a daily quest anyway. So. Have I got any decrease attack options? YST asks. A very good question.
What is the question?
If I have decrease attack, it would have to be a 4-star champion. And the question is like, the champion dies, I hold it to the end, revive with Melga, get the decrease attack out there, that gives me 1 more cycle. That's all that would happen, right? Because I don't have a 5-star decrease attack champion. Jonathan Ruska, I always book them one at a time unless I can max them. Okay. Okay. I don't think it changes anything, but okay. Like, I'm using all the books. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not holding the books. Yeah, no, YST is a really good call. I didn't really think about it. And I think I didn't think about it, not because I don't think about the decreased attack, but because I don't have a champion. You know, I'm like, who do I have that has a decreased attack? I'm like, I think I have a couple, but they're all like, they're not built. You know, they're not where they need to be taking on level 50, I don't think. But there might be a sneaky way to like get a 40 in there and then just drop it at the end to give Athel like 1 or 2 more rounds, you know, 1 or 2 more cycles. And that might be enough. I'll have to check. Decrease attack. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I could do in terms of like gearing or. You know, like, would it be worthwhile to. Put somebody in a reflex set or something? Do you know what I mean? Like somebody in a retaliation set. You know, this is the thing. Knowing that the Griffin boss is out here, you question whether or not you should do Evil Eye, right? As a mastery, like Athel and Evil Eye, like works everywhere else, and here it's a hindrance. You know, it's like great against Spider Boss, great against Fire Knight, it's great against, you know, there's so many. It's great against Dark Fae, it's great against so many champions, so many bosses, and then here it just bites you in the butt. You know, it's like I'm losing a round every time. I'm losing 1 Athel attack every time. Because she's, you know, I don't have a block debuffs. So she will be stunned. And you can't turn it off. You can't do anything to get away from it. So yeah, I'm not sure. So who would I have that's a good decrease attack champion? Like a reliable. When I say good, I just mean reliable. I think I have Spider. I have Ursa and Ironhide. But he decreases turn meter, right? I think I have... Do I have Yellow Gurna? I think I have Yellow Gurna. I might have Yellow Gurna. Forget. I'll have to look at my roster. I don't know why I've already forgotten all the champions that I have. I think I have Coffin Smasher. That's the lesser decrease attack, though. But he also has that passive, right? Decreases the damage enemies inflict with AoE attacks by 5%. So that would actually also play. Yeah, floor 90 must have been tough. If you don't beat the final stage, I'm going to cry. Yeah, I think Coffin is good for Griffin. My account needs everything, though. You know, it's like I don't want to just invest in a Coffin. Like, I'd bring him to 40, but where else am I going to use him? Right? Clan Boss? I want to put him in Clan Boss just for... Like, I could put Coffin into Clan Boss and pull Mordecai, right? And I still have the HP burn. It's not 100% chance. I have a decreased attack. I don't have the turn meter fill, but Rathalos is still active, and I get the 5% damage reduction. You know, we're talking really incremental progress at that point. You know, I guess just thinking about my shard pulls, like Stag Knight would have helped so much, you know, or Duke the Pierced. I mean, decreased attack champions. There are a lot of decreased attack champions. You know, I would have loved the Venom Mage. Would have loved the Taragi the Frog. You know, those are all awesome champions. I think Jareg has one. Vayne has one. You know. Ursula, I mean, she's void shards. We're talking about Maneater. You got Maneater. Maneater would be perfect, right? You just turn off his turn meter steal. Do I have Grizzled Jarl? I don't think I... I'm confused because I've been pulling shards on so many different accounts, and now I'm like, what do I even have on this account? But let's go look. Let's go. All right. Decrease attack. I have Ursine Ironhide. Yeah, I knew I had him. But let's see. Okay, so we turn off the A2. And we don't ascend him. We turn off the A2 and we don't ascend him. Or we're manualing, so we don't use the A2 and we don't ascend him. And then he's got a 75% chance of placing decreased attack. And he's Force Affinity, which is the same. Is that the same affinity as this boss? No, it's Spirit Affinity. That's what I thought. So he's weak affinity. Now, what about the lesser decrease attack? Here we've got some. I mean, we've got Petrivia Rockroot, who honestly I would build. The issue is she's got so many debuffs. Those debuffs are just going to come back at me. I mean, her A1's got 2. Well, no, it's got a decreased defense. Decreased defense, I've already got. But she's got an A1 decreased defense, which is problematic. It's a low chance. And she's strong affinity. I don't like either option. I don't think I could get to either option by today anyway. If we get it, we'll keep pumping Deacon a little bit. We'll see if we can get him a little bit stronger. Get that incremental progress. Maybe we can do enough to just eke over the line. You know, like if Deacon doesn't die when he does, he's 6 stars, right? So it's like he should be tanky enough to survive. Like Melgo's only 5 stars. So if we can get Deacon to survive long enough, you know, keep that leech out there, keep that decreased defense out there 100% of the time, get the extra damage from a couple of hits. Maybe. I mean, I think we still have to get lucky. You better not lose this fight. Rathos cheated. There you go. I have to count Rathalos' attacks, and I got to figure out that attack. Like, I need him to just hit as hard as possible. So I need the decreased defense, the weaken, and the HP burn up, and then nuke with that A2. I have to do that. And I haven't been tracking that as well as I could. So I think this will get us a little more speed and HP. So what are we at here? We're at plus 9776 and 101. 9776 and 101. So not bad. Over 300 HP and 4 speed. Let's take this up to 12. Let's see if there's a better. I wish I could get him 5-star ascended. But I can't. But maybe we could glyph a little bit here into some of our champions. One, of course. 4, that's good. One again on the speed. Awful. All right, let's see. Try it again. All right, YST. See you later, man. Thanks for hanging out.
Peace out.
We're gonna. I don't know how to. I don't know how to do a raid. I don't know how to do a raid. You know how to do a raid?
No. Well, apparently it should be pretty straightforward.
Hmm. Okay, I think I got it. We'll see if it works.
Did you find it?
Yeah.
It's the redirect and
Yep.
nice.
Squeaky. I'm used to my deacon also having evil eye. It's weird that he doesn't decrease turn meter yet. He will, but it's helping me here that he doesn't. Wow. I thought for sure I would kill him. It's got to get a little bit of health back, get our cooldowns recycled. A1 cycling. That's just about perfect. Okay. All right. So the first thing he's going to do is remove buffs, right? And then he's going to remove the debuffs on the next turn. So let's get the HP burnout there. And let's try to get the decreased defense. But here's the thing. Deacon's going to drop the decreased defense, right? So is it better just open? It's probably better to get 2 chances to decrease defense. All right. And now we can get the weaken. And we will get stunned. We didn't get the weaken out. We're just not landing the weaken, which is really frustrating. Okay, so now we could get a Terminator decrease in stun. We did. Okay, but we've already got the HP burn out there. Now we're going to try the A2. We don't have the weaken, but it should hit decently hard. 45,000. Not great. Okay, but that was attack number 2, right? So on attack number 5, he's going to do the big hit again. So this should work out. We just want to make sure that on attack number 5, we've got all the debuffs up. Ooh, look at all those. All right, this is attack 3. Oh, you know what? It just occurred to me. He doesn't have the cooldown yet. It's on a 4-turn cooldown. On a 4-turn. He doesn't have. He doesn't have. Okay. All right. So I think I need to open. I think I need to open with. I think I need to open with it because I also have counterattack. I have a counterattack ring. I have a revenge accessory, so that could potentially cause me to counterattack, which would make me get to the 5-2 fast. I think I want to open with the A2. Well, that was nice. Okay. That was nice. He didn't actually stun himself. All right, so A2. So that was first attack, right? So now on the 5th attack, I get the passive. See if we can get the decreased defense. Yeah. Stunned. Second attack. Third attack. Do the big attack's fourth attack. Here's the attack. That was pretty awful. It's really gonna come down to it. No. I mean, he's also weak affinity, so he's just drawing the attack. He always dies there. Can't keep him alive. And once the boss gets to 10 stacks, it's just over. So I think what we're gonna do, first of all, we have to get our faction wars done. We're gonna run these champions up a little bit more, and we'll just get Deacon to 60. You know, we'll just get Deacon to 60. We'll focus on maybe we can get through it tomorrow. Actually, we need to get through it today, or we're not going to get the Void Shard. If I don't get through it today, I don't get the void shard. I think, right? I've got 2 more days after this. We've got a day and 18 hours. So we get 2 more days after. That's all we get. We don't get 3. I'm like trying to figure out how it could be 3. It's like can't be. Can't be 3. I guess it could be. I gotta look at it. Yeah, right there.
Yeah, it's like I guess I'll check it again.
So here's
Or
like a day from now we'll have 13 hours left. All right, so right now we have today, and then we'll have a day from now, and then we'll have immediately after that, and then it doesn't come back around. We've got 3 days. We got 30 keys. So we're at 49. We could push to 79. Right? Actually, no, I guess we could do. Yeah, we could push to 79. So if we don't push today, we only get to 69. And so we don't get the shard. So it might just not be it might not be in the cards. I'll try it. I'll try it for a while, but you know, I'm going to get, I don't know, I'm going to get 10 more levels on Deacon. Get another mastery or something. I'll put some gems into energy. We'll go into Minotaur. I'll just run it. So as soon as we raid YST, then I'll just go in to Minotaur and farm Minotaur until I can get, you know, another couple of masteries, get them to level 45 or 50, and go back, try again for an hour. But let's get everything else out of the way. And then that's what we'll do. All right. That's it. Let's get these champions geared. So she's got a hit, heal, their max HP, removing all buffs from all enemies. It's a buff strip. That's actually kind of nice. Okay, then places a sleep debuff on all enemies who have active buff. Actually kind of interesting. And 20% speed in all battles. Nice. All right. Okay, we're going to go down this artifact enhancement path a little bit, I guess. That's going to be fine. All right, let's do it. Yeah. All right, on. I don't really want to use 5-star pieces on her, but you know, I use the boots. Nobody, I just realized nobody has any gear at all. Let's get Azure maybe in a shield set. I just double check his kit. Stun. Life protection. Steals targets. Turn meter. Accuracy, defense, speed. All right, and then not bad. Not off. You do that. Yeah, let's take this to 12. Boots are always the important ones that take up to 12. Take everything else to 8. I mean, Rathalos is going to be doing the majority of the work, right? So, wow, they're nice, decent rolls. $157 speed. And we got a 4-star ring or something. There we go. Perfect. Look at that. All right. Maybe that's enough. Maybe that's enough. And here to just start 3-star and stuff. Maybe push a little bit. Let's check this out. We were originally running HP, but let's go ahead and get her in there so we get speed instead. And let's just see what happens, because I don't know what's going to happen here. But it'll be interesting to see. We just put basic gear on all these champions. I think we go through and 3-star all this stuff. I just don't have the time right now to like sit in my gearing and go through every single one of these champions. Oh, that was a waste of that AoE. Other than Masked Fearmonger, I think this composition is pretty good. He's trash. All right, let's go ahead and He's just awful. But otherwise, I kind of like the comp. Not land the freeze. There. Now the question is, can we get through this round without dying? Probably not. But we're going to try. Guns are good. Damn it. Should have killed him. Could have. I could have killed them. Oh, that was an unfortunate scenario. And had I killed him, I think I would have gotten it. Okay. I think we can 3-star this. Stop doing that. That worked out. That worked out great. Not the bellower. That's good. We had the shield. He's not going to do it. You just chilling, son? What are you doing?
Yeah, just chilling. I'm pretty much out of everything, so I'm just riding it out till 6.
If you want, you could do me a favor and go check YST's channel and see if his stream is up yet. There we go. 3 stars right there. No problem.
IST is live.
All right. Yeah, I think if I just put some basic gear on these champs, no problem. I could 3-star all the way up. But it's going to be a little tricky here. See if our shields hold up. Shields are not going to hold up. I don't think they're, yeah. I shouldn't have nuked wave 1 out. All right, so, oh, chicken. 3-star chicken. Nice. Well, maybe I can actually get this. I could get this ancient shard. That would be nice. Could definitely do. I also don't know what all these champions do because I never run most of these champions. All right, that worked out fine. All right, well, I don't want to miss YST's spark here, so we're gonna try to raid YST here. But let's see if I can figure out how to do this. All right, so why can't I? All right, we got to reach out to YST here because he needs to change a setting. So let's see. I haven't tried this yet. Oops. All right, so we'll see if he gets back. Can't do it until he gives me permission to do it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I didn't think that was a thing because you know, Hell Hades was able to raid us. I didn't know anything about any
It
setting.
might be something that you can turn on or off, whether you allow people to do so.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe we need to go into his live stream and say, "Hey, last day.
I'm about to. Well,
Oh, did we lose you again?
no, I'm still here.
Yeah, but you're not in the stream anymore. There you are. Now you're gone again. Why are you gone? This is weird.
I have to message up on the stream. See.
Okay, so now we can see. You're messaging him?
Yeah. You DM'd him in Discord?
Yeah. I did. Well, I didn't DM him. I put it in the team chat. Our team chat.
Did you add him at least?
What do you mean? Yeah,
Like, at
yeah,
YST.
at YST. How close is that? No. Don't do it to me. There we go. Okay. Another 3-star. Yeah, my main account has been languishing all day while I've been doing this. Oh, I haven't even done my clan boss. I haven't even received my clan boss chests yet. Oh, geez. Okay. Oh, I got a void shard. That's nice. From Brutal.
There you go.
Let's do Nightmare. I got an Ancient Shard. I'll probably pull that right away. And then I got a Sacred Shard from Ultra Nightmare. And another Sacred Shard from Ultra Nightmare. Holy cow. Ultra Nightmare has been popping off for me with the Sacred Shards. I have pulled 6 Sacred Shards in like 6 days. It's been crazy. Maybe, no, it couldn't be that fast. It's not 6 days. I've pulled 6 Sacred Shards in 14 days. Yeah. But that's still a lot. That's nice.
Yeah. I just finally got my second Sacred Shard in like 3 months from Ultra Nightmare.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's been rough for me. Yeah, I sent a message in the stream, but I don't think
He hasn't seen it.
he's gonna catch it. Yeah, he just skipped like 10 minutes of the chat with my message in it.
Um, I mean, that was nice. We just did. Okay. Do this twice. But that's going to be an Ancient Shard. It should be an Ancient Shard soon. Okay, let's go High Elves. How are we doing on High Elves? High Hopes. We might be able to get a few more, right? And this. All right, let's start here.
He's gonna miss my message again. Got him.
He skipped by your message again?
Yeah.
Let me do it. Let me see. Maybe he'll That's too funny. And you keep
Yeah, he read my message. He read the message from Saphira right above mine because his went through right before that. He went off to something else. It's like, oh man.
All right, let's see. I'm gonna have to mute it stream. Otherwise it's gonna come through.
Zayla. Watch this one because you watch this.
Let's see if he sees it. I've got him in my ear. Sorry, I'm not talking here because I'm actually listening to him. But he's trying to figure out the settings now. Hold on, folks. We're getting there. All right, let's see if we can do this. All right, let's try to do this, folks. So when you get in there, when you get into his channel, all right, I want you to like just spam emotes. Spam emotes. Do something. Say, say something so that he knows that we came in there. All right. So let's see if we can do this. Now, I'm pretty sure I could do this. Customization. Yeah, we're gonna try it. All right. So I think what's going to happen is I've got to end my stream and then we're all going to bounce over there, or you're all going to bounce over there. So thanks for hanging out today. It was a nice long stream. It was fun having you all here. And go enjoy YST stream. He's going to be trying to finish floor 120 of normal Doom Tower on his HH Challenge account. So thanks, guys. See you soon. You want to say goodbye, son? All right. Enjoy the stream.